never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Welcome into a Wednesday. Elsewhere around the country, we'll be working our way into the Thanksgiving Eve. How about that? Ready or not, here it comes. 24th day of November. That's what we'll be looking at. Yeah, they call it the biggest travel day of the year, and this year will be no exception. Unlike last year, travel was down, obviously, with the ongoing pandemic. A lot of people opting to stay at the home 20, avoid the big family gatherings. According to AAA, that's not going to be the case this year. We're supposedly going to be right back there to nearly pre-pandemic travel levels. So the airports will be abuzz today. And the overall picture, as far as our millions of travelers that'll be hitting the highways, for most of the country, you're going to be in pretty good shape, headed out for your Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Been following that through the past several days, and unlike last week when there was concern about a potential big storm throwing a big-time hamper into the travel, turns out that's really not going to be the case. We'll start things off with, we saw the cold air sweeping over the Great Lakes starting Monday evening, and most of the lake effect snow has since subsided. There may be enough snow on the ground in some areas downwind of the Great Lakes, where you will have a white Thanksgiving, at least in some of the hardest hit areas. Now, even after the chilly winds and lake effect snow subsides, we will be dealing with some gusty crosswinds over the north central portions of the country today that could cause some disruptions along I-40. I-64, you got 70, 80, and 90 through the upcoming day. Those stiff winds could lead to some moderate airline delays. Chicago, Minneapolis, down into St. Louis, Detroit, Cleveland. Further west, the winds are going to flip around to the northwest in the wake of a cold front from Minnesota back into Colorado. So winds ahead and behind the cold front, frequently gusting to 40 miles per hour with some locally higher gusts. Meanwhile, in the southeast, bundle up, widespread cold temperatures, freezing temperatures forecast for much of the interior. Again, this morning and even on Thanksgiving morning. Now, I'm looking at the map here, freeze warnings all the way down to the Georgia-Florida line, the southernmost reaches of Georgia, southern half of South Carolina, freeze warnings, much of Alabama, even frost advisories all the way down along the Gulf Coast through much of the Florida Panhandle region, even over close to Jacksonville, Florida. So for those, you think I'm heading south, it's going to be much warmer there. Be prepared for the cold weather to be in place. Pack some warm clothes if you're going to be headed south. Nighttime lows are going to range from the upper 40s to lower 50s all the way down into central portions of Florida. So that means the evening and morning conditions, very chilly if you're going to be spending time outdoors. For those who live in the South but are traveling for the holiday, you need to prepare your home. Don't want to come back to frozen water pipes and water damage, as temperatures will spend a few hours below freezing during the overnight hours. We're dipping into the middle 20s in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Columbia, South Carolina. We're going to dip near freezing in the Atlanta metro area even. So forecasters say that beyond the fast-moving exiting storm in the northeast, the only other storm on the maps as we head into Thanksgiving is a system that is expected to begin unfolding today for central and southern Texas here. Forecasters say this storm will indeed unleash some heavy rain and travel delays across southern and eastern portions of Texas and on into Mississippi on Thanksgiving. Now, storm may weaken as it heads further to the east over the I-10 corridor on Friday, but areas from Houston to San Antonio to Brownsville, Texas, Thanksgiving Day, be prepared for some heavy rains, generally 2 to 3 inches of rain in the forecast. So, a lack of major storms will be the theme out west leading up to Thanksgiving. There's a weakening system that's dropping southeast across the Rockies. So we did see some lower elevation rain and some mountain snow showers. Matter of fact, Double R sent me a video where they're in Idaho. And I don't know what time it looks like this was just a few hours ago. But heavy snow coming down along I-20. Looks like road conditions were not good at all. We do have winter weather advisories through northern portions of Idaho over into parts of western and central Montana tonight. Winds will be a concern in those areas as well. Good travel conditions across Southern California. We will be talking about a moderate Santa Ana wind event developing later today and persisting through Thanksgiving Day and even into Friday. While winds are likely to remain light, they often are over the Los Angeles basin during the Santa Ana, gusts in some of the outlying areas. 30 to 50 miles per hour, some local gusts to maybe 80 miles per hour possible. Now, that could kick up some dust, obviously raise the wildfire danger, dangerous crosswinds for the high-profile vehicles. Travel further north in California should be relatively quiet. No significant problems along I-80, the San Francisco International Airport. After the holiday, the weather in the northeast and the northwest corners of the country could be troublesome for the trip home over the weekend. Storms that are forecast to blast British Columbia And strong winds, heavy rain, mountain snow could graze parts of Washington from Thanksgiving Day on into the weekend. Thanksgiving Day could be rather wet and stormy around the Seattle area. Thousands of miles to the east from there, we'll see a southward dip in the jet stream, which has the potential to usher in some colder conditions. Yes, even colder, and heavier lake effect snows across the upper Midwest and the Northeast from late Thanksgiving Day on into Saturday. Now, when compared to the round that we saw earlier this week of lake effect snow, sudden drop in temperatures that will accompany the snow showers could lead to some localized icy road conditions across the interior Northeast. Let's take a closer look at the lake effect snow event here and the sharply colder air that could trigger some risky and dangerous travel from the Great Lakes to the central and northern Appalachians. Now, this new blast of cold is going to bring the lowest temperatures of the season so far across much of the Midwest and the Northeast. According to AccuWeather, the chilly air may be enough to trigger some weather whiplash. Following, we saw a brief warm-up. We'll see a brief warm-up today in the Midwest and Thanksgiving afternoon in the East. They tell us temperatures well into the 40s and 50s during this brief warm-up. However, another blast of wintry air sweeps southeast from Canada into parts of the Midwest starting Thanksgiving Day, then across the East Friday. As that cold front shift onto the east, for example, Indianapolis forecast to peak in the lower 50s today, only dipping into the 40s overnight Wednesday night. As that colder air, though, sweeps in on Thanksgiving Day, temperatures in Indianapolis may not hold nearly steady or fall a bit prior to plunging into the lower 20s Thursday night. So that air could turn cold enough, fast enough to quickly create slippery travel conditions on some of the heavily traveled highways from late Thursday into Friday night. Now, even out and ahead of that cold front, some unsettled weather could arrive. Some showers or maybe even a few hours of steady rain will spread from the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley Thanksgiving Day to the Appalachians Thursday night and the I-95 corridor in the Northeast by the time we get into Friday. Gusty winds, again, occurring ahead of this system as well as behind the system. Strongest winds, perhaps gusting to near 50 miles per hour, are likely in the central states. So strong winds going to make it tricky handling on the highways, and could see some minor airline delays as well. As that colder air first arrives Thursday afternoon across Michigan, northern Indiana, and western Ohio, we could see a few snow showers develop, but road surface temperatures may not drop fast enough to see any sort of widespread slippery travel just yet. But with the aid of darkness and the cold air, as the cold continues to pour in, the snow showers will become more extensive. Those same areas and locations further to the east are expected to dip below freezing Thursday night. So the big change, those headed home, if you're doing like the short holiday trips or trying to get an early start for the holiday shopping, caution will be needed. Forecasters say motorists will need to be prepared for icy and slushy conditions to develop Thursday night into early Friday morning across Michigan, northern Indiana, eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, western New York, portions of West Virginia, and western Maryland. Slippery conditions could develop suddenly during any snow showers or heavy snow squalls. In some cases, roads that appear to be just wet may actually be icy. We're beginning to talk about the black ice this time of year. Now, those conditions can develop first on the elevated surfaces, your bridges, your overpasses, in areas that don't see a lot of direct sunlight on a clear day. But as the cold air flows over the warmer waters of the Great Lakes, it'll pick up moisture, clouds, snow, lake effect snow. All right, there is some dry air high up in the atmosphere and farther west from the plains that may be drawn in this time, as was the case early this week, that kind of limited the amount of lake effect and the extent of the accumulation. The air is a bit colder, though, and a bit moister than what we saw earlier this week. So stretches of I-80, 81, I-90, other areas that are notorious for varying weather conditions and multiple vehicle pileups, especially in situations where snow showers and those heavy snow squalls develop. As that cold air takes root, bands of lake-effect snow are going to set up likely Friday from northeastern Ohio to parts of western and northern Pennsylvania, western, central, and northern New York State. An added combination of gusty winds and colder air could lead to several inches of snow, areas of blowing and drifting snow, and obviously some not the best travel conditions. But again, overall, the big picture for today, the busiest travel day of the year, looking pretty good for most of the country. Some of our travelers' weather as we roll into a Wednesday, and it kind of feels like a Friday. Yes, for many of the drivers out there, I know you're making, in many cases, that final load, that final run, deliveries or pickups before heading home for the Thanksgiving holiday. Chevy guys on board, copy the mail out there. Let's see. Hello to Buckwheat, Morning Steve, and all the Hotshot Secret Nation listeners. Truck easy, be safe. Timothy checking in. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Hello to Heavy D's. Hello to Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Everyone have a good Thanksgiving, stay safe, and keep on trucking. Gilligan on board. Good morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Cold and windy in Christiansburg, Virginia. We've got 31 degrees at this hour. Let's see. Show Dog checking in this morning from Duluth, Minnesota. Morning, Show Dog. Richard, morning from Central Florida, where it's 50 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Hello to Philly Dan checking in. Big Moose for president, Monkey Gouger for vice president. Eagle for White House press secretary. Let the fake news ask Eagle a question. He'll tell them how it is. All right, there you go. God bless America. Let's roll. Thank you, Philly Dan. Hello to Larry. Afternoon, all hammered down. Be safe. Everybody have a great Thanksgiving. Let's see. Terry said, I-35 north of Waco, 58 degrees. Heading back to Ontario. Happy Thanksgiving to my American drivers. Stay safe out there. Oh, that's our friend Terry from Canada. All right, 007 checking in from Denton, Texas at the TA truck stop there. West Michigan checking in. There's Crazy Ray. It's 34 degrees, a chilly night. Let's see. Hello, Steve, from a frosty Dayton, Ohio. Bart Simpson. Yeah, right? 30 degrees here in Dayton, and I so enjoy your show. Thank you much, Bart. Let's see, Tank is on board. Morning, Steve. Happy hump day. Well, yeah, thank you. 41 degrees, rainy here in New Mexico. Headed back east towards the home 20. We'll be stopping in Memphis to pick up our new truck on the way. All right. Congratulations on the new rig. Have a great day. Let's see, Dale's checking in from Jacksonville, Florida, where it's 45 degrees. We're dropping down to the upper 30s this morning. This just ain't right. But everybody be safe out there. Get home safely for Thanksgiving. Richard says we switched on the furnace this morning. What, that's the first time you've had to flip it on? Yeah, we've had the heat on for several weeks at the Sommers Ranch. Billy checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive folks. 27 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Mr. Q is on board, and one more Bruce checking in here. Want to wish you and your family a very happy Thanksgiving. All the truck drivers and their families out there, a very happy Thanksgiving, and thanks so much for all you do. Into some of our other listening friends coming up here. Around the country, it's 844-844. 3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, if you've tuned into the program in recent days, I've been informing you that the rhetoric of releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, those discussions in recent weeks had been leading to a decline in the price per barrel. So the price adjustment has been built in the anticipation of an oil reserve release. And right on cue, the White House Wednesday announcing they're going to release 50 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in a coordinated action with oil-consuming countries. Now, we suppose this was inevitable because OPEC rejected the Biden administration's pleas for more oil earlier this month. Indeed, the market seemed to think so, pushing down the price of oil in the 3 weeks leading up to the actions of this past day. Lo and behold, the market was not impressed. Perhaps traders were expecting a bigger release from the U.S. Maybe they were underwhelmed by the releases planned by the likes of Japan, Britain, India. Whatever the cause, the price of oil rose by more than 3% with the announcement. Exactly the opposite of what was intended. See, more importantly, the global market understands OPEC is very much in the driver's seat again when it comes to oil prices. U.S. production, rig counts are well below the pre-pandemic levels. And of course, with the Biden administration's policies and the rhetoric from day one of the Biden administration aimed at discouraging investment in fossil fuel exploration and extraction, with the promise of even worse yet to come. Perhaps in the form of the Federal Reserve pushing banks against taking what they call climate risk investments. There's very little chance that U.S. supply is going to recover. Who in their right mind is going to invest new money in oil rigs when you can get subsidized returns by investing in electric fuel stations? Those same policies disincline the rest of the world's oil producers from increasing production to boost our economy. Why would the Saudis do us any favors when our ruling party has promised to eliminate their source of national wealth, oil? The optimal strategy right now is to extract as much wealth from the world as they can in the form of high prices for as long as they possibly can. Perhaps the frustration with the market refusing to take orders. President Biden later this past day said he was instructing the Federal Trade Commission to investigate whether high gas prices were being caused by illegal, potentially anti-competitive behavior by the gas supply companies. He even had the nerve to complain that oil-producing nations had not increased to supply to meet global demand. Hello, Mr. President. Apparently no one in the White House bothered to tell the president that the U.S. is the biggest laggard in that regard right now. 45% fewer operating oil rigs today than we had pre-pandemic. Hello, Mr. President, if you want something to be done, you are the one that has the ability to get it done. Again, why would Saudi Arabia want to help us? So there you go. The unintended consequences. Hello, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. And happy Humpy Dumpy Day. The Jolly Green Giant is on the job tonight and tomorrow night. And I realize we have a lot of cartoon characters off tonight. I hope they have a happy Thanksgiving. And as for whose fault about the high fuel prices, Mr. President, look yourself in the mirror. First day in office, you shut down the Keystone Pipeline. What the heck were you thinking? All right, so you were talking about, Steve, that you have had your heat on in your house for quite some time. We did fill up our propane tanks, and so we have not turned our furnace on yet. We are using our infrared heater in the living room, and we have 2 electric heaters in 2 of our bedrooms. One where the water heater is, and the other one is in our bedroom where we sleep. So right now, I'm going to try to stretch it as long as I can before we turn that booger on. I am also, have listened to some of your listeners. I am being gouged. We are being gouged on propane. Propane has went up for the company that we buy it from. Has went up $200-300 on a fill. So it went up from $600 up to $800. Actually close to $900. So we're talking about buying our own propane tanks, and then we will decide who to buy it from after that. So that's what we're going to do.
Now, how much of the winter? How much of the heating season will that fill up get you through? I mean, I guess it depends on how cold things get. But is that a whole winter or just a few months?
The matter is, Steve. Yeah, that's for the whole winter, Steve.
Oh, okay.
I live in a double wide. I did have a house over in Corning Township, right off of Pippin Road, and I had that probably for 10 years. And then I decided to move into Milford, so we bought us a double wide. And to be honest with you, energy cost and the insulation, it's actually been pretty reasonable of heating our home. Really, we're not having too much of a problem of keeping it warm or using the central air. So it's a lot cheaper. In my home, which was a duplex, it was... I'd say $800 a month.
Wow.
To heat it during the winter. Yeah, it was expensive. The insulation was terrible. The walls, we were getting air coming through the walls, and it was also coming through the attic. So we probably would have had to have insulation pumped into the walls and also more insulation blown into the attic, probably to help with that. But it was also an older furnace. So that was the other problem. But you're looking at, that was, I think, 1,800 square feet, whereas the home we've got now is about 1,000 square feet, which is much smaller. So it's not a multi-level home. We're living in a single level home, which is easier to keep heated. So, and I will, if anybody, in my opinion, I think an infrared heater does help keep your home, and it also takes the pressure off the furnace. So our furnace, like I said, is off right now and probably will be off until next month. When that temperature dips below 0, then my wife and I will consider turning the furnace on, though I am going to check the furnace out probably this weekend to make sure everything's okay. So that way that when we get ready to turn it on, that we won't have to call a repairman out in an emergency situation.
Yep.
So either way, Steve, I will be in touch. I'll wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving tomorrow night. But I want to wish the guys, men and women that are off tonight, that are off the rest of the week, I want to wish them a happy Thanksgiving. So tomorrow, I'll wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. I guess we'll find out. I don't know what your schedule is, but I imagine you're off the rest of the week. Am I right?
That is
Thursday night?
Correct.
Right?
Well, no, this is my final night here. I've got, tomorrow night would be like my Thanksgiving day. The lubrication specialties holiday schedule was Thursday and Friday, so I won't be back till Sunday night.
If tonight is your final night, then I'm going to wish everybody happy Thanksgiving tonight. And I just want to tell everybody, I know that there are quite a few drivers off. Heat Wave, Captain Ron, Fly Rod is off. So I know those three guys are off tonight. So, and I'm willing, anybody that's working, just let me know who you are. So we'll have some people to talk to. I know Gilligan's working, Sex Maniac, Flash. I know Eskimo Mom's working. And I'm hoping that maybe Big and Sexy's working, so that way we got some people to talk to.
I got you.
So either way, I just want to say, and I forgot about my buddy Horse Feathers out there in Maryland. So either way, I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and I just want to pass the phone over to somebody else. So either way, have a good night, and you have a happy Thanksgiving too, Steve, you and your family.
Thank you.
All
you
right?
do the same. Thank you much, Jolly Green. All right, I got a heads up here from Doughboy right here in Cincinnati. 75 northbound is closed at the Ezard Charles exit here in Ohio. That's near downtown Cincinnati. He said 4-car crash and a pedestrian killed. So not sure exactly when that happened, but I mean, in those fatality incidents, a lot of times they could be shut down for hours. I'll see what else I can dig up for you there. All right, quick timeout, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The death toll is now 6 as another person has died of injuries suffered in a Wisconsin holiday parade tragedy on Sunday when a man drove his SUV directly into the parade. The suspect out on bail from a domestic abuse case at the time, and he was suspected in another violent altercation just shortly before the parade incident. On Tuesday, Waukesha Court Commissioner Kevin Costello spoke about how the suspect is a danger to the community.
The nature of this offense is shocking. The detail I was not expecting here today. 2 detectives, not lay people, detectives, not only tried to stop this, but rendered an opinion that this was an intentional act.
This time, Darrell Brooks Jr. is being held. Police say they're confident he acted alone, and it wasn't a case of domestic terrorism, although the investigation is continuing. And this is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. Thanksgiving Eve is upon us. Won't be long. We'll be popping the turkey in the oven. And get ready for the shopping blitz, right? Although, Black Friday, a far cry from what it used to be. Meanwhile, let's get back to your calls here. And next on the list, I believe, Knucklebuster's checking in.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. How you doing this morning, Your Honor?
Yeah, it says Buckle Duster. No wonder. Buckle Duster.
There you go. Yeah. So anyways, there. I don't know. I was just calling to check in there. Can you imagine Eagle as press secretary? Yeah. This loser that loser this. Oh my God! You can imagine what that would be like. Certainly wouldn't be like we'll circle back around to this, would we?
Nope.
Jeez. So anyways, did you get to see our illustrious president make his big announcement yesterday on the television?
I did not see his announcement. I did tune into some of Jen Psaki in her little press conference.
Okay. Well, I did notice there. I was kind of half woke up in the middle of it. I kind of fell asleep on the couch there watching something else, and I kind of woke up and it was going, and he was spouting off about all that, and it's like, yeah, if we actually produced oil in this country like we used to, we wouldn't be in this problem. But I did notice that, as usual, the press corps had a lot of questions for him. Mm-hmm. They were all raising their hand and yelling, "Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President," and he closed what little bit of squinty eyes. Have you noticed that? Before I finish that, have you noticed that when the president stands there facing the TV camera, his eyes are really squinty. You can't actually see his eyeballs through his eyelids. Right. They're always real tight and squinty. I don't trust people I can't see their eyes, But anyways, to get back to that, so he got done, making his words that he had to, and all the press corps wanted to ask him a question, and he just didn't even say goodbye or anything. Just kind of just turned around and walked away. It just left them all hanging. It was like, yep, we must be done because he left.
Yep.
It's like unbelievable. So, when we had that previous president there, what was his name? I think it was Donald J. Trump, wasn't it? The previous president?
Yeah, he'd take questions.
I mean, he'd spend the next half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yep.
You couldn't, and poor TV stations couldn't get their news people on to tell what the president talked about because he spent the whole rest of the afternoon answering questions. So, I don't know. It's a sad state of affairs, Your Honor. So, all we can hope for is that, we can make it till November, and maybe a lot of things will change there, especially for the Senate and the House. And have you heard this Mr. McCarthy talking lately? He said something there. I caught a clip from him that these House members that have lost their committee places, their seats on the committees, that they're going to be reinstated. Hey, if they want a better seat, then maybe we'll give them one of the seats the Democrats have. Maybe we'll take some Democrat seats and give them around all our people that we want. So I take it, since he's the minority leader, if they end up with the House, the Republicans end up with the House, I take it he's going to be the speaker when the time rolls around.
If they select him, they've got to pick who's going to be the speaker, and I don't know if they'd pick him or not.
Man, I think he'd be a pretty good choice, or your representative out there. What's his name, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah.
I think between the two of them, after the other one that was Speaker of the House from Ohio, I wasn't sure if I ever wanted to have another Speaker of the House from Ohio, but Mr. Jordan looks like a possibility. But boy, I tell you, what was that other guy's name? The one that cried all the time.
John Boehner
from Ohio.
Yep, John Boehner.
That's the one. Geez, he had control of everything, and just like Nancy does, and he just kowtowered down and cried. I couldn't believe how weak he was in that position.
Yeah, he was the quintessential rhino Republican.
Yeah, apparently. So anyways, but not a whole lot else going on there other than just out here doing our normal thing, and then tomorrow morning we'll be off tomorrow morning, and then back Friday and Saturday morning, business as usual. So, no rest for us. But there was one person that followed on the news, the president there, and was talking about the heating prices, the home heating prices, and he mentioned that the price of gasoline went up, and he mentioned that natural gas prices have doubled, and of course natural gas is a byproduct of refining and also drilling. So it's not even a sought after product. Natural gas isn't even a sought after product. It's actually a byproduct. And it's you have they actually, there's a lot of spots when they're drilling, they actually just burn it off. They put up big stacks and they just burn it off because it's in their way. So it's just a byproduct, and so that price has doubled so far. Of course, propane prices have doubled so far since summer, and I don't know if they're still on track or not. But the rumor in the industry was that propane prices were going to double again by the end of the year.
Whoa!
So
don't tell me that.
So
wow!
If you're planning on propane, just grab your wallet and squeeze a little harder, because you're going to have to get more. Run out back to that money tree, Your Honor. Pick some dollar bills off the money tree. It's no problem.
No.
But anyways, yeah, he only mentioned natural gas. Didn't say one word about propane. Didn't say one word about diesel. Didn't say one word about home heating fuel. And then they talked about the transportation issues, trying to get the stuff moved from around the country, but nobody mentioned the price of diesel and how much that's gone up, and how anything will affect the price of diesel. And if they want their goods and services at a cheaper price, they might want to think about bringing fuel costs down for the trucks that actually move it.
Yep.
And the only other thing I heard that was really kind of scary, the people that make Lincoln Logs says there might be a shortage of Lincoln Logs. Hurry out and get your Lincoln Logs, because but they're still manufactured in the U.S. They had a place I think they have a factory up in Maine or something. They were showing there, and they were showing how they cut the trees down and how the trees go to be Lincoln Logs and all that. But yeah, there's a possibility of shortage of Lincoln Logs. So
I thought they stopped making actual wood Lincoln Logs a few years ago. I know one of the grandkids had some, and they were like that fake wood, almost like kind of like a plastic kind of material, but maybe they weren't like the original Lincoln Logs. But all right, Horse Feathers, happy Thanksgiving, my friend. Be safe out there. Found it rather interesting. I did see a story a few days ago about this. I didn't realize that it was being launched in just a couple of weeks. And the poster says, so possibly one of the biggest events to happen during our lifetime is about to happen on December the 18th. Any idea? Well, surprisingly, no one in the press seems to be talking about it at this point. But the James Webb Space Telescope is scheduled to launch on that day. Yeah, what is that? Now, the James Webb Space Telescope is the successor to the Hubble telescope. Only thing is, it's 3 times as large and 100 times more powerful than the Hubble. NASA's been working on it for 25 years, and it's a miracle they were able to complete it. It was almost canceled back in 2011. But they say the technology on this telescope will launch nothing short of an astronomical revolution and 2 major historical events. We will be able to see if there is life on the exoplanets that we've discovered and detect whether the atmospheres of those planets are being modified by that life. We will be able to see the first stars and galaxies ever created from the Big Bang, so they say. Yeah, this telescope will literally look back in time to view the very first galaxies and allow us to witness supposedly the birth of our known universe. That's pretty wild. I mean, even the discoveries from the Hubble telescope, what they've been able to piece together, I cannot imagine. Yeah, what a telescope 100 times more powerful than the Hubble will be able to see. But yes, that'll be one of the biggest events in our lifetime. I have to concur with that. That's pretty cool. Back to your calls after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to the Michigan Madman checking in this morning. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Dan says the same. There's Kentucky Ken checking in. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I'm sort of power napping in Missouri. About 180 miles from delivery, then headed to northern Kentucky. Back to the home 20, right? Traffic was pretty heavy last night. So safe travels out there getting back to your respective home 20s. Kentucky Ken, 10:10 on the side until 05:20 hours. All right, get a power nap. Morning to Heat Wave from the Hacienda in New Mexico. Happy Thanksgiving, all you fine folks out there. Double R checking in. Hello, Steve. Happy Turkey Day. And did you see those pics? Yes. I saw those pictures and the video. The snow was coming down. That was a mess. Morning to Pappy. Happy Thanksgiving to all the Overnight Drive fans out there. Buster Brown checking in from Fort Walton Beach. Clear, dry at this hour. En route to K-Town. The next 5 hours, I'll be with you. Have a blessed turkey weekend. Thank you, Buster Brown. Zorro on board from Atlanta, Georgia, where it's not hot Atlanta. It's 39 at this hour in Atlanta. Everyone have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Dave says, I want to wish you and your family a happy Thanksgiving. That's Dave from Parsonsfield, Maine. Let's see. Hoot hoo. Thank you so much for Chris and Hot Shot Secret. So thankful for Steve Sommers. All right. Good to have you on board. Matt headed to Tennessee to get her done. Hello to Raymond. Wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving. You and your family. It's a nice 81 degrees here. Yeah, we'll start getting cooler during the overnight hours. It'll be a cold 63 degrees. Oh, my. That's Rainmaker, isn't it? Yeah, 81 degrees. Okay. Morning, Rainmaker. The legendary Big Moose on board. Got my 10 in the wind, letting it all hang out again. 42s and 73rds all around. 10-10 on the side. Frank is on board. Happy Thanksgiving. Good morning to all. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Checking in from Spring Hill, Kansas this morning. There's Jimmy Jammer checking in, currently 39 in Mount Vernon, Illinois, headed to the home 20, which is Fayetteville, Tennessee. Have a happy Thanksgiving to you and all the listeners out there. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thanksgiving to Steve, your family, Chris, and his family, and all the Overnight Drive family. Hello to Eskimo Mom from Tip City, where we got 33 degrees outside. Now, I thought I had a quick fuel filter drain job that turned into 2 hours wait to get going when I stripped the threads on the drain valve. Oh, boy. Never a dull moment, is there? All right, let's get back to your calls here and check in with Gilligan, I believe. Hello, Gilligan. What's happening?
Oh, I'm just sitting here in my twin screw Subaru waiting for my guy to bring by the trailer. Figured a monkey gouger might appreciate that. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I think I have a DA of maybe the Decade Award winner.
Oh, boy.
From Friday night, Steve. I was driving down L81, my normal gig, and now just about Tom's Brook exit, 291, people know that area. I've got an ambulance coming up for me. I got two cars behind me, and it's behind those two cars was a truck that literally cut the ambulance off. Here's the ambulance up behind him, lights going, sirens are blaring, and he stayed out there in the left lane past both cars, me and the truck in front of him, and in between me and the truck in front of him, the ambulance is moving part of the way over into the right lane, and blaring his siren, trying to get him to get out of his way, and he just stayed the left lane, kept going.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? I hope they got the description of the truck, and I hope they threw the book at him, because that's exactly what needed to happen. You touched on this chip shortage and how the shortage of cars, trucks, right? Been talking about this for a year or more.
Yep.
You know, it reminded me of a story my grandfather told me. He started carrying mail with a Model A Ford in 1939. He had a 29 Model A. The war was over, of course, the fall of 45. He went into the Chevrolet dealership there in my local area and ordered him a brand new Chevrolet. What year do you think that Chevrolet was when he finally got it? You have any idea?
No, what was it?
It was a 48, and they literally had to hide it because the town had been going nuts wanting to buy it.
Wow.
That's how bad it was after the war. Yeah, I always thought that was an interesting story there. Yeah. Well, I ain't got a lot tonight, but I figured I'd touch on them too, and I appreciate you taking my call. And yeah, this old twin Subaru's been doing me all right. I don't care for it, but then again, I'm doing all right on the cash, so how could I complain? Thanks a lot, Steve. Have a good night.
Happy Thanksgiving. Yes, thank you very much, Gilligan. There you go. Well, speaking of the chip shortage, which we were talking about last evening, Samsung announcing they're planning to build a $17 billion semiconductor factory outside of Austin, Texas, amid the global shortage of chips that are used in phones, cars, other electronic devices. There you go. Bring it home, right? Bring the manufacturing here. Texas Governor Abbott has scheduled a press conference to make the economic announcement, unveiling the Samsung investment, according to those familiar with the plan. News of the Samsung announcement was reported earlier by the South Korean news agency Yonhap. The chip shortage has emerged as both a business obstacle and a serious national security concern. Short supplies of semiconductors kicked off by the COVID shutdowns, hampering the production of new vehicles, electronic devices, and this has been going on for more than a year now. New questions of economic and national security are also at stake, since many U.S. companies are dependent on chips produced overseas, particularly in Taiwan. It is a concentrated risk, a geopolitical risk, to be so reliant on Taiwan for much of the world's chip production. According to an analyst at IDC, says the current shortage will likely subside, but there will be a long-term demand for chips as more and more everyday products continue to rely on them. Neither Samsung or a South Korean electronics giant nor Abbott's office returned comment about the project this week. Now, that press conference was supposed to be this past day. Let me see. So, it says Tuesday, press conference Tuesday. Maybe they're referring to next Tuesday. I'm not sure. Now, they said another factor is the expectation that Congress will approve federal subsidies for the semiconductor industry to build their factories here in the U.S. in the hopes it will bring jobs, lessen our future supply concerns, and give the U.S. more leverage over our economic rivals like China, where they have subsidized production there. Samsung had previously indicated they were exploring sites in Texas as well as Arizona and maybe even New York for a possible U.S. chip plant. They have a chip fabrication plant in Austin, Texas since the late 1990s, but most of its manufacturing most of the manufacturing centers are in Asia. Looks like the U.S. share of the worldwide chip manufacturing market has declined from 37% in 1990 to a measly 12% today. Just 12%. So that's big news, I suppose. Bring the manufacturing home, right? And we'll get back to your calls ahead as we roll into, I keep wanting to say Friday, but it's a Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. Great to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The death toll is now 6 as another person has died of injuries suffered in a Wisconsin holiday parade tragedy on Sunday when a man drove his SUV directly into the parade. The suspect out on bail from a domestic abuse case at the time, and he was suspected in another violent altercation just shortly before the parade incident. On Tuesday, Waukesha Court Commissioner Kevin Costello spoke about how the suspect is a danger to the community.
The nature of this offense is shocking. The detail I was not expecting here today. 2 detectives, not lay people, detectives, not only tried to stop this, but rendered an opinion that this was an intentional act.
This time, Darrell Brooks Jr. is being held. Police say they're confident he acted alone, and it wasn't a case of domestic terrorism, although the investigation is continuing. And this is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly, with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
A federal jury in Ohio is finding Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS Health responsible for fueling the opioid epidemic that has ravaged towns and cities all across the nation. The decision marks the first time that a jury has delivered a verdict in a case against the national pharmacy chains. A trial judge will now decide how much the pharmacy must pay in damages.
Turkey for me, turkey for you.
Let's eat the turkey in my big brown shoe.
President Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden will be eating their turkey on Nantucket, which is a family tradition. They arrived there on Tuesday evening after some community service at the D.C. Central Kitchen. The Biden family has celebrated Thanksgiving on the tiny Massachusetts island since 1975. They only missed the trip last year because of the pandemic.
That turkey, and I take a nap.
And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
As possibly record crowds of Americans travel for the Thanksgiving holiday this year, many of them are going to face higher costs than usual. Here's more from USA Radio's Lance Pry.
AAA is reporting a gallon of regular gas is going to be closer to $4 this year than the $2 paid last year. President Obama, economic advisor Stephen Ratner on MSNBC says more government spending is not going to help inflation that Americans must now endure.
We are running a higher inflationary economy at the moment, and so to add $150 billion to the deficit in each of the next 5 years is simply adding to the inflationary pressures on our economy.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Even in this day of online answers, it's going to be the 40th year of the Butterball Turkey Talk Line. Talk Line supervisor Carol Miller says on Thanksgiving Day, over 10,000 people will phone in, and the number one question will be about thawing their bird. Miller says, if you wait till Thanksgiving Day, you've probably missed the boat on that one. A recent survey showing that many people are hosting smaller gatherings, though, this year, and 1 in 10 callers will be hosting their first Thanksgiving dinner. In addition to the Talk Line's phone number, which, by the way, is 1-800-BUTTERBALL, tips will be posted on social media, including this year on TikTok. Remember, you can find us online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of our industry headlines. Several interesting things to pass your way there. First, a couple of updates, other items in the news. The jurors in the case of the 3 white men charged with killing Ahmaud Arbery deliberated for about 6 hours without reaching a verdict this past day as they weighed the prosecution's arguments that the defendants provoked that fatal confrontation against the defense attorney's insistence that the clients acted in self-defense. It's the next big case in the country. Now, after initially indicating they wanted to work on into the evening, the jurors were soon dismissed by the judge with instructions to resume deliberations later this morning. The foreperson for the Superior Court, Judge Timothy Walmsley, says we're in the process of working to reach a verdict. Now, this is the case of after 2 weeks of testimony and closing arguments, prosecution got the last word because it carries the burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecutor spent 2 hours Tuesday morning hammering at the defense attorney's attempts to blame the 25-year-old black man for his own death. Defense attorneys said Arbery lashed out violently with his fist to resist a lawful citizen's arrest by the defendants. You can't claim self-defense if you're the unjustified aggressor, she told jurors in her final statement. Who started this? It wasn't Ahmaud Arbery. Now, she said Arbery's pursuers had no badge, no uniform, no authority. They were just some strange guys in a white pickup truck. And cited their own words to the police immediately after the shooting when they said they saw him running. They weren't sure if he'd committed a crime. You can't make a citizen's arrest because somebody's running down the street and you have no idea what they did wrong. So that is the case. Just sharing that information. I really have no comment on the matter because I have not followed. I have not seen 1 minute worth of testimony. Have no idea what's been presented. Obviously, the jury, with 2 weeks of testimony, have a lot to scour through to make that decision. So I will leave it up to them to make the call. And I'm kind of inclined to think they probably want to get this case over with. It's Thanksgiving weekend coming on, right? They're working on into Thanksgiving Eve. So if I had to make a prediction, I'm thinking they'll probably come up with a verdict at some point today. But, again, you have to get, when it comes to a jury, you have to come to a unanimous decision. And sometimes that's very difficult. All right, one other update. It's not supposed to be working this way. We're now nearly a year into the vaccination process in this country. I just keep thinking back. We went from, give us 14 days to flatten the curve and how the narrative changed. And then you got to get the vaccine and then you won't have to mask. You know the whole story. But at this point, with in some parts of the country, 70, 80% of the population vaccinated, we're not supposed to be seeing the number of hospitalizations as we are in various parts of the country. Starting in Minnesota, dozens of Minnesota hospitals have no beds available to care for kids or adults right now. The Minnesota Department of Health reports that more than 3/4 of the state's ICU beds are full. 52 hospitals cannot take any more patients at all, they say. Dr. Dan Hoodie is chief medical officer for Hennepin Healthcare, that state's biggest provider. He tells WCCO they can't even take patients from smaller hospitals anymore because we have so many patients in our hospital emergency department waiting to get in the hospital. We've lost the ability and the bed capacity to safely accept transfers from throughout the region. Now, this is commonly where they would have to decline 5 to as many 50 transfers a day. Capacity remains a big concern as we head into the Thanksgiving holiday. WCCO says they found how a COVID surge and staffing shortages have left families in need of a hospital bed unable to find one. They shared several stories. People needing treatment for, not COVID necessarily, but other things. And there's no beds available. Meanwhile, Denver is renewing their mask mandate, requiring face coverings for businesses and other indoor public spaces until January 3rd, unless venues check vaccine cards at the door, according to the mayor's statement. That order takes effect today. Again, this is Denver. Neighboring counties have already taken similar steps as they've also seen a surge in COVID hospitalizations across Colorado. putting the healthcare system there at risk. Denver's hospitals are at 95% of capacity due to the number of virus cases. According to the CEO of Denver Health, the healthcare system is on the brink of collapse, she says. Now, an estimated 76% of Denver residents have received at least one vaccine dose. The mayor called that stellar. But at a separate news conference this past day, Colorado's governor said a statewide mandate is not something we're considering. We're leaving the decision to local authorities, to the social license they represent. The governor also said Colorado was on track to add 500 hospital beds for both acute care and step-down care by mid-December to help ease the strain on the healthcare system. More than 80% of Coloradans have received at least one vaccine dose, according to the governor. I don't understand. The hospitalizations continue to go up, as was being reported in the news, top and the bottom of the hour last evening. The number of deaths are actually higher in 2021 than they were in 2020. I don't get it. So we'll get back to your calls here. First, quick, few of our friends checking in here. Dennis is on board. Happy Thanksgiving, no matter where you are. Where I'm at is on vacation. Thanksgiving to you and yours. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours as well, Steve. Thank you much, Dennis. Tank, happy Thanksgiving, Steve, and all the overnight radio listeners. Foxtrot checking in. Happy Turkey Day, everybody. I'll be one of those rolling on. So I'll be working through the Thanksgiving weekend. Yep, some people don't get home for the holiday. Hello to Cliff. Matt is on board. Happy Turkey Day from Luke. Luke says, thankful for all the truck drivers out there working to get the goods to the stores. Mary Ann, hey, Steve, happy early Turkey Day. Yeah, let the turkey be the only thing that gets stuffed. Anyway, checking in from Bordentown, New Jersey, where it's a crisp 30 degrees this morning, kind of refreshing outdoors. All right. And back to the calls here. Who's next up? I believe, is it Arthur by chance?
Hello.
Good morning.
I'm on with Steve.
Yes.
Good morning, Steve. This is Arthur.
Well, happy Thanksgiving Eve. Arthur, what's going on this morning?
Yes, happy Thanksgiving Eve to you, Steve, and to all your callers. Just, enjoying a nice chilly night. And I don't know if you got my message on the call screen, but I wanted to talk about a couple of different things. Specifically, is God what made America great, and the shift towards secular humanism, and if that's, kind of harming our country? What do you think about that, Steve?
I firmly believe that most of those initial arrivals, the founders, this country was built based on God-given rights and the belief in God and the higher power. And absolutely, I think as this country, as this nation is year after year gradually turned away from those early beliefs, I think that's a firm factor in taking us in a backward direction.
Yes, I think so too. I mean, the Bill of Rights, which is not necessarily a legal document, mentions the fact that we have certain unalienable rights endowed to us by our Creator. And whether or not the founding fathers who wrote that were deists or theists, had a strong belief that the Creator God endowed us with these unalienable rights to life, liberty, happiness, and that sort of thing. And the shift towards secular humanism, I find, is really becoming a great detriment to our country.
Yeah, let's call it secular humanism. I guess in modern times, it's a shift toward socialism and communism, with the younger generation actually thinking communism is the way to go.
Yeah. And, I'm involved in a particular group at the moment. I'm involved in some different groups, and their whole rhetoric with their charter is all about, it's just a bunch of communist rhetoric. And I'm just like, this is a bunch of communist rhetoric. We're Americans. We can't be spouting off communist rhetoric.
Right. It's very sad.
And the other thing I want...
Go ahead.
Yes. No, the other thing I wanted to talk about was I thought this would be an interesting topic because I've been pondering this over as a lover of conspiracy theories. I love the alien conspiracy theory, just because it has so much depth to it. And I was wondering, I'd like to get your opinion on this, Steve. Do you think it's possible that the alien conspiracy is possibly one of the government's nuclear deterrents?
Nuclear deterrence. Yeah, I don't know about that, Arthur. I've pondered many times over the years. Is it feasible that in this great galaxy and beyond that we would be the only ones here? It's very hard to imagine. And yeah, just talking last hour about the new telescope that's going to be launched on December the 18th. What might we learn from that? Things that make you go, It's 18 past the hour. Hey, Arthur, have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you for listening in. Appreciate you chiming in this morning. Get a quick timeout back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm looking at a story from, the Knucklebuster impersonator sent me a couple of stories. His Knucklebuster's off to the end of the year. Having just had to put down a kitty cat, my mom's cat at 18 years old. That's a full life for the felines in most cases. But I'm looking here, an Oregon kitty cat might soon have a Guinness World Records title after his owners discovered that he's 2 years older than the current feline that is recognized as the world's oldest living cat. Living today. Charlie Briggs said friends suggested get a hold of the Guinness World Records, see if her kitty cat Sam might be the world's oldest living cat at the age of 26 currently. I asked Guinness, and they're like, well, the oldest living cat we have on record right now is 24. And she's like, wait, he's older than 24. I'm kind of freaking out. Asked some of my friends. They said, go for it. And so they're going for it. Briggs said Sam was a stray when she adopted him in Memphis back in 2002. But his veterinarian confirms he's 26 years old and in good health. Briggs said she's in the process of submitting the proper evidence to Guinness World Records to have Sam officially recognized. Now, this is the oldest living cat. Guinness lists the oldest cat ever that lived. Cream Puff was a Texas feline who lived to 38 years and 3 days. Wow, 38-year-old kitty cat. All right, well, let's see. Back to the phones we go. See what's going on. Heat wave checking in from the Hacienda tonight.
Yes, good morning, senor. How are you doing this evening? Well, I guess it's this morning in your time zone. Still this evening in mine.
Yeah.
Oh, had 3 shots of cream de mint. Oh, that feels good. That'll clean your sinuses for sure. Hey, everybody, first of all, happy Thanksgiving from the Holscher household to everyone out there, even to the ones I disagree with. Happy Thanksgiving to y'all. Yeah, I'd seen the picture of the accused guy that ran over those people there in Wisconsin. Man, he is a nut. Did you see everything that they said he had on his computer? I mean, he's a black man, but he's espousing Nazism. ACLU, yeah, you kept people out of the crazy house, but this nut needs to go back inside. He needs to be put away and have some serious therapy sessions, because apparently his mama didn't hug him long enough or often enough. I don't understand why we would allow people like this to be out on the roads. It's like saying, well, don't do that again or else we'll slap your wrist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hell, he goes and does something even worse. I don't understand that. I had to get my wife's medications from Albuquerque. Ever since this Walmart out here got burned up, and I do have some more information on it, the pharmacies out here are getting overwhelmed, and they're not able to get the medications that they used to have prior to Walmart burning up. And there was another pharmacy in Moriarty, 7 miles to our east. Their only pharmacy, I guess, closed, and so the Smith store took over their patients. And I mean, it is just absolute pandemonium out here. No one knows what in the hell's going on, but they damn sure want their stuff yesterday.
Yep.
So it is something else. So speaking of the Walmart, the ATF from the Phoenix Bureau is coming up here, because that is what do they call that? A commercial arson. And I'm thinking, well, I'm glad they're up here, because at least they will have, the power to make these people go to prison for an awful long time, whereas the state would probably just slap their wrist and say, well, don't do that again. From what I understand, it was at least $35 million worth of damage done to the building that these 4 fires these females set. Now, the newspaper could not verify that that the women were actually arrested, or that it was even women to begin with. But I guess we heard it from some employees of Walmart before they had to sign a a non-disclosure clause. So I guess everything's still mum. But they got the whole parking lot is just full of nothing but cars. And they said there are 318 employees of Walmart at this particular store. And that's for 3 shifts, I guess, morning, noon, and night. And my question is, if you have 318 employees of the company, why kick it down to just 4 manned registers where you have one open all the time and the rest of it's got to be automatic?
Yeah.
So I seen Chevy guy had called me just a few minutes ago, and Chevy, don't worry, I'll give you a holler here in a little bit. I got my daughter. She's in the kitchen here at the hacienda. She's getting things ready for the big cook tomorrow. I guess so. They're going to be doing a lot of pre-making and pre-baking, and of course the turkey's going to be the last thing made come Thursday. So if you wouldn't mind, could you just go ahead and wave to my daughter Alicia? I got you on the big screen. She'll probably be embarrassed, and I'll probably catch hell, but I don't care.
Well, hi there, Alicia. Hey, good to have you with us. Happy Thanksgiving.
I appreciate it, man. You're the best. Yeah, I guess that's about all. I'll be back on the road Friday morning, and I'm standing outside my house right now, and there's a little bit of precip in between the spaces that there are no clouds. It's 44, got a little bit of moisture out here, and I don't think we were supposed to get a whole lot to begin with, but man, I tell you what, please ask the weather gods to grant us a little bit of mercy out here and give us some rain. We're so damn dry, even the dirt's begging for rain. That's pretty bad.
Wow.
So, but anyways, Moose said it the other day. I don't remember who it was that said we got not really a whole lot to think about this year because of the Democrats and the bullshit, of the BS that they're pushing through. And Moose said it best. He says, you know what? Despite the political climate and the economics that we have now, we really do have a lot to be thankful for. We have friends and family. We have our health. Most of us have a roof over our head that's ours or rented or whatever. We have food for our stomachs. We actually have jobs, and even if you don't have that, you know that you have the support of friends and family out there. And, there's a lot of things I'm not happy about, but I am thankful for what I have, which is a lot of family and a lot of friends on this program, which I consider to be family. So, I guess with that, we'll just say happy Thanksgiving again. Be safe out there, and let's be sure we talk to each other again come Sunday into Monday morning. Good night, Steve.
Thank you so much, Heatwave. Good. Happy Thanksgiving, Alicia. And I'm looking at the radar. Yeah, a little bit of rain there in parts of New Mexico. I was trying to zoom in. But, most of it, let's see, north of I-40 in central and west central New Mexico. Yeah, most of it is on the lighter side, so there's no heavy rain in the mix, but all right, have a great night, and let's see, quick timeout. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Another high-profile trial ends. This time it was a civil case. Those involved in the deadly Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, being found liable.
The jury found a conspiracy to commit violence on the streets of Charlottesville as to each and every defendant, and then awarded substantial damages.
That's plaintiff's attorney Karen Dunn on the partial verdict, which includes $1 million judgment against 5 white nationalist groups. That's after the removal of a Confederate statue in Charlottesville led to the rally in 2017, which led to violence and the death of Heather Heyer, who was run over by a vehicle that slammed into counter-protesters. A sixth person has now died from injuries they suffered in the Wisconsin Christmas parade rampage back on Sunday. And this is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
was able to zoom in on the radar there, heat wave, and yeah, got a little bit of rain, light rain in Albuquerque. Get north of Albuquerque, there's some pockets of showers. A little bit of heavier rain in the mix. All right, well, rain from just north of Albuquerque back all the way toward, is that Window Rock? A little bit of snow in the higher elevations, at least what I'm seeing on the radar here. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to your calls here on a Wednesday. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Great to have you along for the ride. Grump, what's going on?
Hey, Steve. So you gearing up for the big day, huh?
Yes, indeed. Turkey Day.
Yeah, I'm going to be working.
Oh, yeah?
We got damn much stuff going on right now, so I said, yeah, we're not a big turkey fan anyway, so, you know. But have you been kind of keeping up on these prosecutors and how they've, especially this idiot up in Wisconsin that was prosecuting the Rittenhouse case? I've been reading up on some of this stuff, man, and I can't for the life of me understand why there isn't lawsuits being brought against these prosecutors. You know, even the district attorneys for turning these violent criminals loose, you know, and just, you know, basically, you know, everything that I've seen on this is, you know, a judge has to sign off on something like that, but that hadn't been the case. These guys have just been unilaterally going in and deciding whether they'll prosecute a case or they won't prosecute a case, you know, and in their bar, in the American Bar Association, they had a, I was reading through some of their guidelines and things for prosecutors, and you know, they have to follow to the, I mean, they, you know, they get their license from the Bar Association through the state that they're at, and they have to follow this stuff to a T, you know, or they can get, you know, misconduct, you know, lawyer misconduct, you know, attorney misconduct, or prosecutorial misconduct. But these guys are just ignoring laws, man. You know, it's like this idiot up in Wisconsin. You know, he willingly and knowingly withheld evidence that could have exonerated this kid. You know, that would have he knew would have swayed the jury. And until they brought that in, you know, that last video evidence that was clear as a bell, and they could actually see that, you know, this kid was fleeing for his life. You know, he's getting hit. You know, he's getting punched, stuff like that. I don't know why in the world that somebody's not trying to move to disbar this idiot and so many others. You know, you know, they're bound by so many different things in law. Number one is rules of evidence. You know, if they stumble upon evidence where they prosecuted an individual and he was in, you know, locked up in prison. But if they stumble upon evidence, like DNA evidence, look how many people's been released from prison that was wrongfully charged under DNA evidence. That, you know, they have to present that. That is the law. And what gets me is these idiots right now are just looking at some of these cases, you know, like what's going on like San Francisco and so many others, and just turning people loose. You know, they're just willingly not prosecuting cases that they know, you know, that they can win. There was a clear violation of the law, and they're bound by law to do that. You know, to prosecute these cases. That's why they're hired. It's not just for, you know, them to practice their law. You know, to go into court and argue a case. You know, I mean, that's not, you know, this Perry Mason crap. It's to protect the public. And there's two things that happens when you're protecting the public. Number one, you're getting a criminal off the street, and people are looking at this and they're going, well, you know, that getting a criminal off the damn street also protects the public from becoming vigilantes. And this is what I'm seeing right now, and what, you know, so many things is happening is that so much of this is being ignored. Number one, the laws are being ignored. They're just willy-nilly just turning idiots loose and letting them get out here and run around and create more problems and more law, you know, violate more laws. And then because they know that nothing's going to happen to them, they're just going to go to jail, get processed in, issued a summons to a must appear, which they're going to ignore. and capias on, even if they put a capias or something like that on them, they don't give a rat's ass. They're just going to look at it and go, I ain't going to court. Hell, I'm out here, nothing's going to happen to me. But they're bound by damn law to prosecute these people. And now you've got these loudmouths from the squad, if you would, like AOC and that other skanky damn thing out of Michigan. They're wanting no bond whatsoever, no bail whatsoever on violators, on criminals. They're saying it's so, it's just so misguided, and it gives rich people an opportunity, or the wealthy, to get out of jail while the poor have to sit in jail. Well, you know what? A high bond, number one, a high bail is a deterrent from getting out here and acting like a horse's ass and getting in trouble. Steve, I always knew two things when I was growing up, and you probably did too. Number one, if I went to jail for any reason, I would have to pay my own damn bail if I did that. That was my father. He was a stickler for that. You get locked up, you better have the money to get yourself out, because I'm not going to do it. And number two, the other deterrent was that ass whooping waiting at the house if I did have the money to get out of jail. Which I'd have probably took my chances and said, look, keep me in here as long as you can, because the old man let him cool down. There is no oversight whatsoever anymore. I mean, they're just wanting this great big hug, kumbaya bull crap, and sit around and go, well, listen here, these people, they committed a crime, but it ain't that bad, is it? Well, what the hell? Is it a precursor for another crime? When look at that goon that just run over all these damn people up here, up in Wisconsin. This man had a rap sheet as long as your damn leg. What happened to 3 strikes, you're out, your ass is gone? Mm-hmm. This moron should have been under the jail. I mean, he has done enough things, enough violent crime, that people could look at him, and you got some prosecutor that says, well, I'm going to lower his bail down to $1,000. This guy shouldn't have seen the light of day. He should have been in prison just because he is nothing but a damn thug, some hood rat that has lived his life through intimidation. Now, let's look at intimidation here for a second. Take a gander at what's going on down in Georgia. That black militia was out front of the courthouse, armed to the teeth. They had about 300, I guess, down there. That all of them had, rifles and stuff like that. And they were talking about if the case doesn't go their way, then they're gonna take matters into their own hands. If I was the sheriff on there at that point in time, or even if I was a cop still, I would have walked up to Mr. Loudmouth and I'd said, dude, number one, that's juror intimidation. You're trying to intimidate the jury for an outcome that you want. And I'd have thrown some cuffs on his stupid ass. We'd have had a shootout right then and there. I mean, this is ridiculous. These damn police officers need to get off their ass and start doing their job. And these prosecutors, I would be such a horse's ass about this. If I seen the guy that I locked up yesterday walking down the damn street today, I'd lock him up for something else. He would get tired of goofing up because I'd drag his ass in every time you turned around. It was, I had a guy that I arrested 5 different times on 5 different DUI charges. And we kept, putting in front of the judge. They're like, he's a good old boy. He's got kids, I said, Judge, what the hell are you talking about? Kids or not, you got kids too. Hell, I got kids. What do we do if this guy gets drunk and runs over one and kills him? Finally they took his license and, a little this and a little that and everything else. Where 3 strikes, normally you're out. In some states, 3 DUIs is the last one is a felony. There's no more misdemeanors. You go to the big house for it. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you this, this country needs to snap out or whatever, let's give everybody a damn hug phase they're in this week and start realizing that these goons, these thugs, and these idiots that are out here causing all the havoc and the hell of the places might show up at your front door. So what are you going to do? I've made it clear to people, I'm armed all the time. Even when I'm home and if I go uptown, I'll throw, I got my handgun I take with me. If I got to go to the VA or something like that over in Columbia, You know, I'm armed going there. I lock it up in my truck when I get there. But, you know, I'm not going to, you know, I don't really give a damn about this load, you know, so I ain't going to, you know, die for it. But if somebody tries harming me, we're going to have an issue. You know, I spent too damn many years in the military to put up with crap like that. And it's just, I don't know where this country's going, but people needs to snap out of their haze right now and realize that the only freedoms you have is what you're willing to keep. And so many of these jackasses right now, when you look at this stuff that's going on in San Francisco, all them people, you know, over what they say it was $800,000 or something like that was a product that was stolen in that one damn heist there, and nothing's going to happen to them. They, you know, there's so many of them, we ain't never going to catch them, you know, and the store's going to turn it in on their insurance. Yeah, and they're going to jack the damn prices up through the roof for the next person that does have money to go in there and spend. So they might as well close the doors. And this is happening all over the place. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life. You know, when I was a cop, man, I got called down to the store one time, and I tried to, like young kids and stuff like that, we tried to be good examples for them. We tried to, 15, 16 years old, shoplifting, something like that. We kind of kept them out of the system. We'd make them do things, wash the cop cars, go up and sweep floors. Well, these two idiots were, stealing from the store, and they got caught, and they called us down there, and they were sitting in the office in there, and one stole a camera, and another one stole something, which, the value of it could have, on the camera could have been it could have been classed as a felony. But so what do you want to do? He said, I could use them picking up trash and stuff around here. So, all right, fine. So, guys, this is the way it is. You're going to be here working for them for free for a little bit. So, it's either that or we take you to process you and put your ass in jail. No, don't do that. Don't do that, and everything. So we did that. Well, hell, that one kid works good. The store hired him. They said, all right, we'll just blow it off and we'll go ahead and hire you. Well, he worked there over 20 years, at that store. But the other kid, he was the same way. I mean, it didn't take long to you give him a chance in an early age and teach him a trade or something. But my God, when you look at some of the stuff that's happening out here and some of the rap sheets that these district attorneys and is turning people loose on, and mayors, look at idiot out in New York City. He just pretty much opened the damn jails up and turned everybody loose. And they used COVID as an example or as an excuse. Everything was about the Emergency Powers Act, from voting, just willy-nilly, just changing the damn voter laws because, somebody had picked the pen up and written that into the Emergency Powers Act, that they had a little bit of leniency in doing this. The hell, they had a lot, because you can't do like Michigan did and just send out a damn absentee ballot to everybody in the freaking state, whether you got ordered one or not. You don't know who's filling that stuff out. Mm-hmm. And and you look at, everything that's going on right now, man, I'm telling you what, there is a reason why the red states are doing so much better than the blue states. Because they, follow the laws. They at least lock people's asses up. And it just, these blue states, man, it's getting any more where I'm getting to where I don't even want to deliver to them. I mean, it's getting that bad. Hell, you see people wandering around out in the damn truck stops and stuff like that. I was up in Maryland the other day, and they're stupid up in up in that area anyway. I had to go up into another part of another state there, and they pulled up on the scale, and the guy, come on in, I'm gonna check your logbook. I said, well, it's e-logged, okay, whatever. Let me see your permit, stuff like that. Walked in, had a fit, go back out and put a mask on. I said, you pull me over, dude. I didn't pull your ass over, and I ain't putting on no damn mask. You want to look at it, look at it. If you don't, I could give a shit. Excuse me, but I said, I'm just had it with this mask crap, and he's standing there without a damn mask on. He said, well, I don't know if you had been vaccinated or not. And I said, I don't know if you've been vaccinated. So here, it's a standstill, isn't it? So, it's just one damn thing after another. And people, I don't know whether they're just playing dead or whether they really don't give a damn about their freedoms anymore or what's going on. It's when they're gone, then it's too damn late for people to start, griping about it then. But this is what I guess this is what we've come up against, and you was talking about the religion earlier. Do you honestly think it was religion that's, the people that's, moving away from God or anything that that's causing like this, or is it just the mindset of that people are being allowed to do whatever the hell they want to do and no accountability?
Well, when there's no fear of consequence, when there's no fear of reprisal. I mean, look at these. We've been talking all week about these smash and grab robberies that it's become a daily thing out there in San Francisco. They had another yesterday. I guess they're all gearing up for Black Friday. I mean, will there be any merchandise on the shelves for people to go out and actually purchase, because it's all been ripped off in recent days? The CEO of Best Buy stores actually issued a statement this past day that it's getting downright scary for people working in the Best Buy stores. The amount of theft that's going on. Well, I'll give you more on that coming up. Hey, Grump, have a happy Thanksgiving after all that, but thanks for chiming in. I got to get a quick timeout. Pappy's up next. We'll get to Chevy Guy. Doug's on the line. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020. Do
you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now we go back at it as we roll on into the early hours of a Wednesday morning, time zone to time zone. I believe Heat Wave will be coming on board, rolling up on the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. And Pappy's on the line. Hey there, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Good evening. Man, listen, Grump should know better. It's all by design, Steve. All by design to cause chaos in this country. You know, it's a known fact, Steve, that you got the deep staters, man. These multi-billionaires, Mr. Soros, George Soros, has been funding these local prosecutors, Steve, and he's been getting them in office, you know, and some state attorney generals. And that's why you're seeing some of this going on. You know, that Missouri prosecutor that charged the couple, standing out in their driveway, trying to protect her house. She was a George Soros prosecutor, man. He funded her campaign. So they're all whacked out, they're going to prosecute who they want and not prosecute who they want. But hey, man, interesting call by Arthur, man. Arthur got you thinking there, didn't he, Steve?
I did a bit, yes.
Yeah, that was a pretty good call. Man, I kind of agree with you, Steve. I mean, when I was a kid in high school, I never really understood how big the Milky Way galaxy is. Just our galaxy it's hard to fathom. I mean, these distances are so hard to fathom that they have to use the speed of light to even try to make sense of it. The speed of light travels at 186,000 miles a second. I mean, just think of that, 186,000 miles a second. So if you think, how far does it travel in a minute, in a day, in a week, in a month? And then we start talking about light years.
Yes, light years. And then things that are hundreds of light years away.
And millions of light years away. I mean, a lot of these stars that when we look up into the stars at the heavens, Steve, a lot of these stars that are hundreds of thousands of light years away, we are actually seeing them how they appeared 100,000 years ago.
They may be burned out by now, right?
And they could be burned out. And it takes light 100,000 years to travel from one end of the Milky Way to the other. At the speed of light, 170,000 years just to get across our Milky Way.
Wow.
If I can try to put it into perspective on how big
you can't
this
wrap your
galaxy
head
is.
around it, yeah.
Steve, there's people out there saying there's more stars in our galaxy than there is grains of sand on every beach on this planet. And then come to think that there's millions and millions, if not billions, of other galaxies out here also.
Yeah.
In this universe. And we're the only ones? Nah, come on, man. Steve, guess what I seen today? Doing the old EOD training, bomb training today. You know where our range is at, Steve, by chance?
Not really, no.
It's down there. It's down there on East Miami River Road near Blue Rock.
Yeah.
You follow it?
Mm-hmm.
Down there by the Great Miami, right?
Yep.
So we're standing in the parking lot, Steve. It's about lunchtime, and me and a buddy of mine, the range master there, look up, and there's two bald eagles flying overhead. Straight up. I've seen them out there before. It's been a few years. I've also seen them, what we call Lost Bridge. If you're down like Lawrenceburg Road, you go call on 50 by Lawrenceburg Road, out there where the power plant's at. I've seen them out there too. It's been several years. But man, these two bald eagles just flew over. Man, I couldn't get a picture of them quick enough though, but it was something to see, man. So American Eagles flying high tonight, Steve. Man, that's about it, Steve. Just, hey, happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there, to you, the family. Again, to Chris for everything he's done for you, the show, and us. All the listeners out there, the drivers, one big family we got going on here. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope everybody has a good day. I will be working as usual.
Uh-oh.
You know, ain't nothing but a thing, man. It just is what it is, you know. But, yeah, everybody be safe. And be thankful for what we got. Appreciate
There you
it.
go.
Have a good night.
And I was just kind of chuckling at that little post you put up a few hours ago, that awkward drive to church after a fight about being on time. That's pretty good.
Yes, sir.
It's like we've all been there, done that at some point in time. That's great. All right, happy Turkey Day. Gobble, gobble. Thank you much. News update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The death toll is now 6 as another person has died of injuries suffered in a Wisconsin holiday parade tragedy on Sunday when a man drove his SUV directly into the parade. The suspect out on bail from a domestic abuse case at the time, and he was suspected in another violent altercation just shortly before the parade incident. On Tuesday, Waukesha Court Commissioner Kevin Costello spoke about how the suspect is a danger to the community.
The nature of this offense is shocking. The detail I was not expecting here today. 2 detectives, not lay people, detectives, not only tried to stop this, but rendered an opinion that this was an intentional act.
This time, Darrell Brooks Jr. is being held. Police say they're confident he acted alone, and it wasn't a case of domestic terrorism, although the investigation is continuing. And this is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
A federal jury in Ohio is finding Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS Health responsible for fueling the opioid epidemic that has ravaged towns and cities all across the nation. The decision marks the first time that a jury has delivered a verdict in a case against the national pharmacy chains. A trial judge will now decide how much the pharmacy must pay in damages.
Turkey for me, turkey for you. Let's eat the turkey in my big brown shoe.
President Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden will be eating their turkey on Nantucket, which is a family tradition. They arrived there on Tuesday evening after some community service at the D.C. Central Kitchen. The Biden family has celebrated Thanksgiving on the tiny Massachusetts island since 1975. They only missed the trip last year because of the pandemic.
That turkey, then I take a nap.
And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
As possibly record crowds of Americans travel for the Thanksgiving holiday this year, many of them are going to face higher costs than usual. Here's more from USA Radio's Lance Pry.
AAA is reporting a gallon of regular gas is going to be closer to $4 this year than the $2 paid last year. President Obama, economic advisor Stephen Ratner on MSNBC says more government spending is not going to help inflation that Americans must now endure.
We are running a higher inflationary economy at the moment, and so to add $150 billion to the deficit in each of the next 5 years is simply adding to the inflationary pressures on our economy.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Even in this day of online answers, it's going to be the 40th year of the Butterball Turkey Talk Line. Talk Line supervisor Carol Miller says on Thanksgiving Day, Over 10,000 people will phone in, and the number one question will be about thawing their bird. Miller says, if you wait till Thanksgiving Day, you've probably missed the boat on that one. A recent survey showing that many people are hosting smaller gatherings, though, this year, and 1 in 10 callers will be hosting their first Thanksgiving dinner. In addition to the Talk Line's phone number, which, by the way, is 1-800-BUTTERBALL, tips will be posted on social media, including this year on TikTok. Remember, you can find us online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty then, looking at the headline, I had just pulled the numbers up. Lo and behold, right there at the top of the hour, Knucklebuster did forward to me the headline, Cincinnati moved into position to make the college football playoff Tuesday night, climbing into that 4th spot behind Georgia, Ohio State, and Alabama. Uh-oh. All right, look at 247sports.com. Is it Ohio State or Alabama? That was the debate all week when it came to the football playoff rankings. Georgia, the clear-cut number 1, while Ohio State and Alabama split the honor in the AP and the coaches' polls. And now the committee has its stance, revealing a new top 25 ranking this past evening during their weekly television broadcast. Those numbers, of course, will settle themselves out over the next couple of weeks, with Alabama and Georgia meeting heads up for the SEC title, and Ohio State going to war at Michigan. The biggest story on the table, however, came in the Pac-12, where Oregon's upset loss to Utah crushed the conference's playoff hopes. Oregon's second loss knocks the Pac-12 out of contention. All right, so number 1, Georgia. No debate here. There's nothing further to discuss about Georgia. After their dominating run so far, the Bulldogs officially clinched a playoff spot this week. If it beats Georgia Tech, then it's a contest for number 1 overall with Alabama. Jerry Palm says, barring an upset at Georgia Tech, Georgia is a lock. Number 2, they came in with Ohio State. The Buckeyes got the nod from the committee as the new number 2 team. They made the most noise last week thanks to an annihilation of number 7 Michigan State at a final score of 56-7, the biggest statement victory by anyone this season. C.J. Stroud, 6 touchdowns, 432 yards. Ohio State defense held Kenneth Walker to 25 rushing yards. Jerry Palm says Ohio State is hitting on all cylinders right now. We knew that they would light up Michigan State's defense. What was really impressive about the Buckeyes' performance was holding the Spartans' offense to just 3 points. Alabama. Okay, Alabama loses ground to Ohio State. Then they got the best performance yet from Bryce Young in a 42-35 home victory over Arkansas. That gives Bama another ranked victory in the eyes of the selection committee. Win out, and Alabama likely claims the number 1 seed. Now, lose to Georgia, and then begins about a 2-loss Alabama What would their chances be at the number 4 seed then? Jerry Palm says Alabama is the only team besides Georgia that controls their own fate for the top seed in the playoffs. Then there's Cincinnati. The undefeated Bearcats finally put an exclamation mark on a victory, blowing out an 8-win SMU, 48-14. Cincinnati enters a potential trap game Friday at ECU before the war with Houston for the AAC title. Jerry says the Bearcats have a knack for playing better games or better against their better opponents. After struggling for a month with AAC also-rans, they came out and smoked SMU. Cincinnati's played 4 teams that are currently above 500 and beat 3 of them by at least 34 points. The 4th team is Notre Dame. Then at number 5, they've got Michigan. Beat Ohio State and win a Big Ten championship. And Michigan heads to its first college football playoff. Everyone knows Jim Harbaugh's track record against Ohio State. Stopping the Buckeye offense is not an easy task, but the Wolverines have home field advantage, and they do have momentum on their side. Jerry says, I've felt for the last couple of weeks there was a case for the Wolverines to be ahead of Cincinnati for now, but since the committee's passed on that, nothing happened this week that should change their minds. There you go. Very interesting breakdown. How about that? Well, at least for the moment, they're in contention. What do you say, Chevy Guy?
Oh, people say I say too much when I get started. But first off, happy Thanksgiving to one and all. About the spaceship thing, hey, I stand there. They're calling for 26 degrees here in the morning, by the way, in South Carolina, my county of Farmwell.
Burr.
And I'm standing out there. I'm looking, tell me about it. And I'm looking at clear skies, crisp, and I see all them stars and such that y'all talked about. But there's one thing that I can testify to, because I know it. There may be a higher intelligent life out there, because they'd have to travel that great distance to make it here to the earth. But two things in evidence that I lay before you is their erratic driving in our skies. I mean, they're all over the place. And all the crashes that they keep committing, since 1947, crash here, crash here. They may be a higher intelligence, but they sure don't know how to drive any better than us.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my opinion. Now, let's go to the Rittenhouse trial. Thank God it turned out the way it should have. Truth, video truth, and the prosecutor lying. There's got to be a price to pay when a prosecutor is lying. He's saying the prosecutor knows they were chasing Rittenhouse. There's got to be a price to pay when somebody's trying to put you in jail for the rest of your life. So, it's also, there's something a driver called last night from that area and said this, and it means so much. Kyle Rittenhouse did not only save his family's store, all right, of the town, not the police officers. He saved the rest of the town, because according to a testimony of somebody last night on the phone call, your hammer, brother. He said as soon as they were shot, there was somebody there. They found out that the rioters were shot. They got quiet and they all left. So that young man actually saved his town that night. All right. Just like this thing in Georgia, I mean, it's still the jogger. All they show is, these guys going after some black guy running through the neighborhood. Trial, there's more to it. They recognized the young man being there before. They've been the neighborhood's being terrorized, and I'm wondering after this event happened, if all of a sudden the break-ins and the theft came to an end. My point being is we keep hearing people say, well, we got to fight. Nobody else going to fight, but we'll fight. Well, these two young men actually went out there and fought the evil that's out there. And in both cases, I mean, you've got the prosecutor in Georgia actually corrupting the jury, saying it's got to be, about the, the evidence of a doubt. I mean, just messing with their she's willing to put this man in jail, these men in jail for a long time, one of them in for life, and with a play of words instead of using the absolute truth. So even that tells me that young lady, that prosecutor, knows that there's a problem with her case. So I'm sorry, but I don't think that boy's going to make it. I think that he's going to lose his freedom, and all he was doing is trying to protect his neighborhood. The women that were on earlier last week, the women folk, were saying they were afraid to let their children play at night. And one of them was a woman of color. I don't know why I have to bring that in, but like you said, you had black militia out there with weapons. And by the way, on this point, I don't mind a black man with a gun, but I do mind a black man voting Democrat that will take that very gun out of his hand. I'd love somebody to ask him about that. Are you voting Democrat or Republican? But we're seeing people fighting back, and we're finding out something, that our government is more apt to defend the criminals over the people that are trying to stand up for justice. And I guess, why is the guy even in there that was filming it? I don't get that. And what about up there in Rittenhouse? All those guys that were filming it, them rioters that were filming it, are they not going to get charged? I mean, there's all kinds of questions out there that nobody in the main media are asking.
Yeah.
So,
well, everyone that was on the streets there that night in Kenosha was breaking the law because there was a curfew in place. Technically, Rittenhouse, he also was breaking the curfew. When it comes to the other case out of Georgia, again, I will reserve any sentiment because I do not know anything about what was evidence presented and whatnot. So that's what the jury's all about to do. That's what we'll be awaiting. They'll resume deliberations, I assume, at 9 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Lines available as we make our way into our Thanksgiving Day Eve here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. So as I was catching some of the press conferences, circle back girl this past day, Jen Psaki. We'll circle back on that. That was the Fox News reporter, the only one that actually typically asks her any hard questions, asked the question if Joe Biden has any intention of apologizing to Kyle Rittenhouse for referring to him as a white supremacist. And no, he has no plans, she says. Well, according to the Conservative Tribune, westernjournal.com, Kyle Rittenhouse, condemning President Biden's rush to judgment and his false depiction of Rittenhouse as a white supremacist, of course, acquitted of murder and other charges. They're in Kenosha. He was interviewed by Tucker Carlson. And Rittenhouse, of course, maintained that he fired in self-defense. And the jury in Kenosha agreed. But during last year's presidential campaign, Biden attacked the teenager in an effort to score political points. In a tweet, September 30 of 2020, Biden attacked former President Trump for not sufficiently condemning white supremacy. And it included a video that had an image of Rittenhouse. Well, that comment resurfaced in the trial when Biden's was among the voices that Judge Schroeder said jurors must tune out. After the acquittal, the president issued a statement saying, "The verdict in Kenosha will leave many Americans feeling angry and concerned, myself included." Now, since Biden jumped in to condemn Rittenhouse last year, the claims that the teenager is a white supremacist have continued on social media. Rittenhouse replied to the president and his other accusers Monday night when Carlson asked him about Biden's comment. To which he said, "Mr. President, if I could say one thing to you, I would urge you to go back and watch the trial and understand the facts before you make a statement." That's not a small thing to be called that, Carlson said. No, it's actually malice, defaming my character for him to say something like that. The hints have been dropped. There very well may be a lawsuit forthcoming. He said the facts of the case disproved all the allegations. It's actually quite hysterical how nobody can go back and look at the facts of the case. He crossed state lines. False. He's a white supremacist. False. None of that's true. And the lies that they just get away with continuing to spread, it's sickening. It's a disgrace to this country. Now, Biden has been pushed to make amends by Republican Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. In an adaptation of his monologue on Fox News, Carlson shared something he found significant about his interview with Rittenhouse. He said it's hard to ignore the yawning class divide between Kyle Rittenhouse and his many critics in the media. Rittenhouse comes from the least privileged sector of our society. During high school, he worked as a janitor and a fry cook to help support his family. Last year, he got into college at Arizona State. Very proud of that. In the world he grew up in, it's not a given that kids go to college, not even close. During the course of our conversation, Kyle struck us as bright, decent, sincere, dutiful and hardworking, exactly the kind of person you'd want many more in your country to be. He's not especially political. He never wanted to be the symbol of anything. He just wanted to keep the violent lunatics from setting fire to cars. In the America he grew up in, that was considered virtuous. So if he seems a little bewildered at points during our interview, thinking back over the last year and what happened to him, that's probably why a lot of things he assumed were true about this country turned out not to be true at all. So in that way, he actually speaks for many of us. Did not get to catch the interview with Tucker Carlson, but I'm sure it's there in the archives, so I'll be able to go back and check that out. Very interesting. And meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Yes, Gilligan.
Thanks for having me back here, Steve. Appreciate it. I ended up not getting it out there earlier. I'd like to wish all the listeners a very happy Thanksgiving. Hope everybody has a safe trip. I'm going to touch on this deal with Rittenhouse. I have spoken to people that literally thinks because he was underage, he should have been charged with something, even involuntary manslaughter. And then they turn around and say that, well, he was defending himself. Where does this mentality come from that he has to be charged with something? He should have been charged with something, but he was defending himself. And there's people out here attacking the fact he was carrying an AR-15. And most of these people, not all, don't even know what an AR-15 is. They know that they've been trained to think, yeah, it's a military-style weapon.
Weapon of war.
It's not been used. Yeah, it's not been used by the military since the late 50s, and it's a horrible failure as a military weapon. The few they sent to Vietnam when we had advisors over there. You know, it's just, I've heard this, that they're so powerful and full. I've got a cousin and a niece that use them to shoot deer with recent years. Well, that just blow them in half. No, it's a 223. It's one of the lightest center fire cartridges you can use. In West Virginia, it is legal to use a 22 caliber as long as it is a center fire. I know different states have different rules. In the state of Virginia, you legally can't use anything below a 24 caliber. You know, it's like Trump said earlier. You know, they're going after people that have no business being going after. And they let the people free that are doing the problems. Look, you know, they're talking about this guy up here in Kenosha, not Kenosha, but up there in Michigan, Wabasal, you know, and it's not a terror, we've rolled out terrorism. Well, in my opinion, you take an SUV and drive it into a crowd of people, that is terrorism, don't you think? I mean, it's like the three guys that chased Kyle Rittenhouse down. Those were terrorists. They was intent on killing this man. You know, that's terrorism in itself, the very definition of terrorism. You know, people are going up in arms. Oh, they're vigilantes. Well, the Democrats are telling their police forces to stand down. They let the rioters burn and terrorize and all this, you know, steal whatever. Like you say, out there in San Francisco, to crash and burn. You smash and grab crap. You know, somebody's got to do something. This is just, it is only getting worse. You know, it's like we've said, you know, pretty much everything we're having problems with today can be taken back to Democrats and their horrible policies. It's like you know, Trump was saying about how no accountability. You know, and I applaud Trump because, you know, he was a police officer. I know he understands more than I do. I've never did police work or anything, but I know what he's getting at. And I remember stories, kid goes in, screws up, does shoplift something, and, they work it out to where they really don't get charged with anything. And, first offense or even a second offense or something like that, that's a great idea, Give the kid a chance, But I tell you, I was in a reform school doing a delivery about 5-6 years ago. I tell you, I felt so bad. I wouldn't wish this kind of pain on any child, but I'm sure that it definitely had an everlasting effect. I'm in here doing my delivery. You bring this little boy out. He ain't more than 8 or 9 years old. He runs over to his mom's, jumps in her arms. I want out of here. I want out of here. Crying, bawling his eyes out. The counselors here are like, just keep that attitude, and you never will. I mean, I often wondered what that little boy did that he ended up at a reform school, and my heart broke. But I'm sure that kid learned these lessons, or at least I hope he did. And these parents, their mother and father was both there. These were clean cut people. I don't know the whole story.
Right.
But there's situations where, we need to scare these kids. They need to be scared. They need to be scared of law enforcement. Not scared as in, I'm going to get killed if law enforcement comes. Not like that. I'm saying respectful scared. I'm sure you and most of the audience understand what I'm saying. And I remember I grew up, I was told, be cooperative. You get pulled over, be cooperative. Everybody gets nervous when they get pulled over. I know I do. I get nervous. I'm on the radio, as much as I've been on here, but still, But just be cooperative. George Floyd would have been alive if he hadn't died of the drugs in his system, and he would have not been killed by that police officer if he would have just cooperated instead of fighting with the police. Well, I'm about all I got. Thank you for taking me back, Steve. Like again, hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving.
All right there. Thank you much, Gilligan. Up to news break time, aren't we? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The death toll is now 6 as another person has died of injuries suffered in a Wisconsin holiday parade tragedy on Sunday when a man drove his SUV directly into the parade. The suspect out on bail from a domestic abuse case at the time, and he was suspected in another violent altercation just shortly before the parade incident. On Tuesday, Waukesha Court Commissioner Kevin Costello spoke about how the suspect is a danger to the community.
The nature of this offense is shocking. The detail I was not expecting here today. 2 detectives, not lay people, detectives, not only tried to stop this, but rendered an opinion that this was an intentional act.
This time, Darrell Brooks Jr. is being held. Police say they're confident he acted alone, and it wasn't a case of domestic terrorism, although the investigation is continuing. And this is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, we haven't heard from Sylvester in a few days. Hope everything's going okay in the land down under there. I don't know if he holds to that tradition of having a Thanksgiving dinner. in the land down under. After spending all those years here in the U.S. of A. driving truck for a living. But it crossed my mind. I came across this story from the land down under. Back in 2015, this guy was prospecting in Maryborough Regional Park. That's near Melbourne. Had a metal detector. He discovered something out of the ordinary, a very heavy reddish rock resting in some yellow clay. He took it home and tried everything to open it, sure that there was a gold nugget in that rock. After all, Maryborough is the goldfields region where the Australian gold rush peaked in the 19th century. To break open his find, he tried a rock saw, an angle grinder, a drill, even dousing the thing in acid. However, not even a sledgehammer could make a crack. Well, that's because what he was trying so hard to open was not a gold nugget. As he found out years later, it was a rare meteorite. The Melbourne Museum geologist said it had this sculpted, dimpled look to it. That's formed when it comes to the atmosphere. They're melting on the outside, and the atmosphere actually sculpts them. So he was unable to open the rock, but still intrigued. He took the nugget to the Melbourne Museum. And, of course, he says, I've looked at a lot of rocks that people think are meteorites. After 37 years of working at the museum, examining thousands of rocks, only 2 of the offerings have ever turned out to be real meteorites, and this was one of them. Now, I said, if you saw a rock like this on Earth and you picked it up, it shouldn't be this heavy. It's a huge 37.5 pounds. Well, after using a diamond saw to cut off a small slice, they discovered its composition has a high percentage of iron, making it what they call an H5 ordinary chondrite. Once open, you can also see the tiny crystallized droplets of metallic minerals. Meteorites, they say, provide some of the cheapest form of space exploration. They kind of take us back in time, providing clues to the age, the formation, the chemistry of the solar system, including the Earth. Some provide a glimpse at the deep interior of our planet. In some meteorites, there's stardust, even older than our solar system, which shows us how stars form and evolve to create elements of the periodic table. All right, although the researchers didn't yet know where the meteorite came from and how long it may have been on Earth, they do have some guesses. Our solar system was once a spinning pile of dust and chondrite rocks. Eventually, gravity pulled a lot of material together into planets, but the leftovers mostly ended up in the huge asteroid belt. This particular meteorite probably comes out of the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. It's been nudged out of there by some asteroids smashing into each other. One day, then, it smashes into the Earth. Now, they did carbon dating, suggesting the meteorite has been on Earth anywhere from 100 to maybe 1,000 years. And there's been a number of meteorite sightings between 1889 and 1951, and that could correspond to its arrival. But I guess, long story short, it was worth a whole lot more than a gold nugget. They didn't put a value on what the worth would be, but how incredible would that be? Hey there, Philip. How cool would it be to come across a big meteorite?
Oh, it'd be great. I don't think I'd want to see a big one because when a big one lands, it causes a lot of problems.
Right.
Been a busy night with space, but I just had one take off in California that's going to go crash into a meteorite. Do you know about that one?
Did they?
An
Yeah,
asteroid?
I forgot about that. Yeah, the launch was a little after 1 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's on its way. I watched it a little bit there before I left the house. It's good. Yesterday, the Chinese launched a satellite. SpaceX launched the meteorite chasing thing today. And then at about 8:06 this morning, the Russians are going to take another module up for the space station, and they're going to be adding another module to their side of the space station. So it's going to be it's a busy day with space.
Wow.
And then SpaceX has more stuff going up in the end of the month with the satellites. They're going to put more of those little bitty satellites that goes around for the internet and all that stuff. So it's been busy. Yep, Starlink's busy night with that. Hey, Steve, not trying to get away from space for a minute, but did you hear the story out of Florida here about the road rage incident that happened down here in Central Florida?
I do not believe I did, no.
Okay, so evidently we had a librarian that was coming home from work, and a motorcycle cut her off. Well, she got upset about the motorcycle cutting her off. So she hit the motorcycle. She didn't hit him hard enough to throw him down or knock him off. But then he went after her. When she left the scene, I mean, he's pulled over, motorcyclist, he waited for her. She just kept on going. So he got mad and he went after her. Found out where she lived at, chased her down to where her house was. She comes out with a gun. He's carrying a firearm as well, and he took her out. Now, the motorcyclist is not getting charged because he was put into self-defense mode. That's what there's going to be no charges brought against him. So have you ever heard of something weird like that?
That's bizarre. So he actually follows her home, and that's crazy.
Yeah, so when you think about getting mad out here when somebody plays road rage on you, you might want to just chill out because it might cause you to be done if you don't get it.
Yeah.
Like Moose talked about the other day. Reasonable people put in unreasonable situations. Now, this lady, she was a librarian in the county, worked in 2 different libraries in that area, well known. And, just because she got mad, she got upset. And the right thing to do was she shouldn't have hit the guy in the first place. She should have just, he cut me off, big deal, carry on. But no, she got peed off and she hit the guy and then left the scene of the accident. And the guy went after her and he found out where she was at. She come out with a gun because she was scared he was going to hurt her. I know that's probably what happened. And then he saw she pulled a gun. He's pulling a gun. It's over with. So like Moose said yesterday, reasonable people put in unreasonable situations. And that's crazy. That's it. And as far as Gilligan goes, he was talking about an AR-15. Gilligan, if you want to see something really interesting, check out Ted Nugent's evaluation between the AR-15 and a shotgun. A shotgun will do more damage than an AR-15 will do. And Ted Nugent actually proved it. I believe it's on YouTube if I'm not mistaken.
So is it just the fact that the AR has a magazine that holds more rounds?
As Gilligan said earlier, an AR-15 is a 22 caliber gun. A 22 caliber rifle is one of the lightest calibers of rifle that you can get. Okay? It's a center fire rifle. And by the way, they still use AR-15s, but they're under a different name when they're automatic. It's called an M16. Okay, that's why there's so much rage about the AR-15, because in its other derivative, it's a fully automatic gun. It's an M16 rifle, which was used in the military a long time. So, but the AR-15 is a 22-3, which is a derivative of 22s, and it's not a big gun. It's not like a 50 cal. A 50 cal, it'll take a 50 cal, put a hole right through a car, no problem. A 22, you'll get into a car, but you won't go through it. A shotgun, now you get the right kind of shot, you get what you want to do, you can go through a lot of things with a shotgun. And Ted Nugent showed that. He said the shotgun is more dangerous than an AR-15 is. So, I mean, you think about it, a lot of hunters use 243s, 230s. That's just a little bit bigger than what that 223 is. So just thought I'd let y'all chime in a little bit about that. I don't know if too many people know about rifles or whatever, but that's pretty much all I got to say, Stephen. I really appreciate it. And y'all have a good holiday, and I hope everybody's safe.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving there. Yep. And you guys are going to be kind of chilly down there. I hear in that forecast, even down in Orlando. Very chilly mornings, upper 40s, low 50s. Wow. At about 8 before the hour, we return in 2 here on a Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, as you're out there rolling up and down the highways and byways, there's one stop that you may have frequented a time or two over the years, but you won't be doing it anytime soon. Multiple fire and rescue agencies responded to a large fire at a gas station in Iowa this past day. The fire reported about 10:30 a.m. at the Sparky's One Stop off U.S. Highway 20 north of Rockwell City, Iowa. Local news outlet Fort Dodge Messenger reports the building and one big rig that was near the fuel pumps destroyed in the fire. Not clear how the fire started, whether anyone was injured, but police were advising people avoid the area this past day. But it turned out it was a big blaze. I saw some of the footage, the video. This thing went up in a roaring blaze. Meanwhile, Scarecrow, hey there.
Hey, Steve. A happy pre-Thanksgiving to you and all listeners, rest of the listeners out there. I don't know if I should thank Heatwave for calling in or for you for taking his call. But you sent those greetings to his daughter their way. It left me with a big grin on my face, and I suspect there's quite a few other listeners out there that were, smiling right along with me there. Even though I don't have the computer feed to see your image, yeah, you did a job well done. Floated through Madison, Wisconsin, about a half hour back. Some people are just meant to play the lottery or go to Vegas. The four-wheeler smoked me just out of curiosity. The lane was clear, so I slid over behind them. I showed him at 94, and this is a zone. They're very frequently, there's troopers in this area, and I figured, well, you're going to get nailed on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't 10 seconds later, the trooper sitting in the middle. Well, he's watching the westbound side, and we're on the eastbound side. So, and the brake lights, they never lit on that four-wheeler. He just kept on a smoking. Now the serious side of things, and I'm not meaning to make light of the situation up here in Waukesha, but this crap is going to happen again. Wondering, the anti-gun zealots, are they going to start beating we got to eliminate, automobiles now? I just say this is making, front page news, and it's going to be in the news for a long time to come. But, the whole copycat thing, now that it's been shown how easy this can, take place, there'll be more of it. There's been, some cases like this in the past, but as highlighted as this one has become, we're going to see this again. And it's truly unfortunate. We're talking about what we have to be thankful for right now, and there's a whole lot of grieving families, right now that, this holiday, and they're going to be grieving right in through the Christmas holiday season now. And we think about how tough we have it at times where we don't have nearly, the issues that those around us do. But truly on the lighter side of things here, myself, and I wondered if do you sometimes go from day to day wondering when the next foot shoe is going to drop, the unlucky side of things. I took a shower a couple of mornings back and thought, doggone it, the water pressure just isn't there where it should be. And we're rural, so we have our own well. And shortly after, in our utility room, I'm thinking, I hear something running. And put my hand on our pressure tank, and sure enough, the pump was running. It wasn't building pressure to cut off. And I've been through this before. In 2001, the trucking firm I'd worked for, they closed their doors after 24 years. And I guess in maybe a midlife crisis, I took a job with a well drilling company. We also did installation and troubleshooting. So I'm somewhat familiar with what's going on. And this had happened to me, it was 18 years back. And it wound up being a fitting above the pump. Developed a pinhole so where it just could not build pressure and it would bleed off. So I pretty much knew what was going on. And 18-year-old pump, thought, well, it's time to go. So I called the fellow that I used to work with, and they could come in today, this morning now when I do get home. Well, then yesterday, I had not turned the water off to one of our outbuildings. It's a steel shed with concrete floor, but unheated. And shame on me here. This is the fourth time I've let that water freeze. And we've had some pretty cold nights over on our side of the state. And what had happened, sure enough, I opened the door and the floor was all wet in there. And well, that's where I was losing my pressure. So that actually put a smile on my face. This, pump, installation and whatnot, you're looking at another $1,000 there. And I figure I'm getting well versed at repairing this copper pipe. So in the end, the bride, she's going to be able to wash her hair this morning, which she's just doing backflips too over this, So And beyond that, man, I did have something for Grump there, but we can save that for another day too.
Okay.
And all. So Steve, the very happiest of Thanksgivings. I'm going to send you a picture here, whether you choose to describe it or share it with anybody. It's for turkey breast lovers, put it that way. So with that, we'll let you loose, and we'll catch you next week then.
All right. You enjoy your Thanksgiving, yes. And I hope, what's his name, Bone Jangles gets a big one this weekend.
You'll be at it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you much. Yeah, he's got that skeleton that he had riding around in the truck with him there at Halloween time. I shared a picture of that on my Facebook, and he sent me a photo yesterday. That's he's got his skeleton sitting out, I guess, in the field, the yard, wherever, but sitting out there he got an old commode out there, and he's dressed up like a hunter. He's got the orange stocking cap on him and the orange hunting jacket vest, I guess you'd call it. And he's got his shotgun there with him, waiting for that big one to pass by. Bone Jangles. It's hunting time. And it is news time at this point here at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
As gas prices continue to rise across the nation to alarming levels, President Biden is tapping into the nation's vast oil reserves, authorizing the release of 50 million barrels of crude oil, to which Republican Senator Pat Toomey says is too little, too late.
Prices are going through the roof, supplies are shrinking, and now the president goes around pleading with OPEC countries to increase their production. How ridiculous. And this isn't going to work. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve, he releases some oil from that.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. The man police say drove into a Waukesha Christmas parade on Sunday was charged Tuesday with 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and will face at least a 6th after an 8-year-old boy died Tuesday from his injuries. Darrell Brooks making his initial court appearance. USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Airlines around the country are bracing for a surge in travelers ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday, hoping the weather forecast remains calm as millions more Americans will hit the roads or skies. The TSA saying Friday was the single busiest air travel day since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in March of 2020, as it screened 2.24 million travelers. TSA expecting to screen 20 million air passengers during the busy Thanksgiving travel period. One airport that has been consistently busy is the Tampa airport. Airport CEO Joe Lapano is pleasantly surprised.
It caught us a bit by surprise. It caught the airlines a bit by surprise. I think they've all learned a lot about what the customers need and how the traffic is coming back. I'm very confident that they're going to do a good job over the holidays for us.
Dollar Tree announcing on Tuesday that most of their prices will rise to $1.25 after the first of the year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The
greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
China is continuing its scare tactics in the South China Sea.
With China's overreach in international waters of the China Sea, they have incorporated new tactics. Paul Boardman, chairman of Decouple China PAC, has been focused on the issue and gives USA Radio News an exclusive of the details.
China appears to be upping its regional bullying and abuse of neighboring states to enforce its illegal claim of 80% of the South China Sea. Very likely a negotiating tool for this week's China Uziun conference, where China is demanding a new code of conduct that supports their claim to control the South China Sea. Curiously, Monday, Chinese President Xi Jinping told leaders of the 10-country Association of Southeast Asian Nations, Uziun, that Beijing would not bully its smaller neighbors. Last Thursday, the Philippines condemned in strongest terms actions of 3 Chinese Coast Guard vessels that it said blocked and used water cannon on resupply boats headed toward a Philippine-occupied atoll in the South China Sea.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
It's looking more likely that the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season will end quietly. The season officially ends on November 30th, and the National Hurricane Center says no tropical activity is expected for at least the next 5 days. There have been 21 named storms this year, meaning the Hurricane Center went through its entire name list for the tropical storms and hurricanes. Forecasters will turn to a supplemental name list if any out-of-season tropical storms form. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Normally we'd be doing the Hey Mike, what day is it kind of thing, but of course it's Thanksgiving Eve. Some millions of Americans looking to hit the highways, hit the skies, looking to get to varying destinations for their Thanksgiving holiday travels. Looking here, I think AccuWeather, it's somewhere they had the breakdown on what the most popular Thanksgiving destinations are for this 2021 Thanksgiving season. I'll see if I can pull those up. I was kind of scouring through those the other night. Popular destinations. Yeah, a lot of people try to find warmer destinations, right? So. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. And hello to the Rambler. Good morning.
Well, praise God, Brother Steve. I'm glad you took my call, and hello to the Overnight Drive Nation out there, and from the Hudson Bay to the Florida Keys, and from the Empire State to the Golden Gate, from Timbuktu to Siam, and to all the aliens in outer space with their cloaking devices. Eat the Canadians first. They taste like maple before you come and invade us. Glad to be talking to you, Steve, and a lot of talk about the outer space and stuff tonight. Who was that called a while ago that was talking about the vastness of our solar system? Was that Big Sexy?
Oh, that was Pappy.
I love you, Pappy, but man, you sound, and I'm joking with you now. Don't take me seriously, Pappy. You sound like you were Cheech and Chonging it up, brother, messing with the devil's letters and trying to talk to us. But And I'm joking with you. Don't you get mad and call me up, hurt my feelings. I love you, Pappy. But Steve, I love it when Philip calls and talks about space and that Pappy brought up a good subject and kind of felt like I've been listening to Coast tonight with George Norrie. But it did get me thinking. I lived in Miami, Florida for a little while. My dad, stepdad was in the Coast Guard, and we got stationed down there back in the 80s. And on a school field trip, they took us to a planetarium. And I tell you what, ever since I was a kid, I've always looked towards the stars. And when you think about the solar system, you got to think about just how big our God truly is. Steve, if you go to the Bible and you read in Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 through 19, that's the fourth day. On day number 4, every star you see up there at the sky, like I'm kind of envious of Heat Wave a little bit because he lives out west. And I remember being over the road, I'd get out there where there's no light pollution. I could see the gas clouds, the Milky Way, and all the vast stars and everything like that. You can't even number them. You can't even count them. And I think about that on the fourth day, on day number 4, Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 through 19, God made every last star up there. Then, Steve, if you go to Psalms chapter 147, verse number 1, he named all of them. And I tell you, that just goes to show you what kind of God we serve. And if you go to Amos chapter 5, verse 8, it says this, seek him that maketh the 7 stars, that means the 7 sisters, the Pleiades, and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and maketh the day dark with night, and calleth the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. Serve a mighty God. And like I said, I promote my little Facebook page here a little bit. You go to Determined Ministries Church. You want to see just how mighty of a God we serve? I was in that cab by myself when a tree limb was fixing to come through the window, and his hand was the one that snatched me right out of the way. I mean, snatched me right from death's door. Go to Determined Ministries Church, right there on that Facebook page. I mean, you've seen the picture, Steve. I'm not lying.
Yep.
Oh, yes, you have. And many other scenarios where God has stepped in and saved my hide. But praise God, I wanted to call also, wish everyone out there a happy Thanksgiving. Mr. Orndorff, you know who you are. I always wondered if he was kin to that wrestler, Mr. Wonderful, Paul Orndorff. But, Fly Rod, God bless you, brother. I saw that video he posted of, I think it was Heat Wave and Fly Rod getting their truck driving school. Already got their first little signee, his little old grandson over there trying to teach him how to drive an 18-wheeler. So I hope their business gets going. Notice they're trying to steal Gilligan's moniker of the 1995. So, but God bless all the drivers out there and all the non-drivers out there. And like I said, you don't have to be alone. You don't have to be brokenhearted this Thanksgiving. And I want to give a shout out. I got all 4 of my boys are up listening right now. Believe it or not. Can you believe that?
I cannot.
4 boys.
Boy, 3 o'clock in the morning.
No. Yeah, I know. They should be in bed. So I want to say hello to Devin, David, Donovan, and Dane. Yeah, all their names have a D in it. Now, if you're going to be up this late, boys, clean the house. We got company coming. Or either go to bed one. Help your mother out. And hello to my wife, Mrs. Rambler, also. But like I said, you don't have to be brokenhearted. You don't have to be alone. Find you a truck stop. You're going to be out there. Share a meal with another driver. I used to do it when I was out there. Dirty Diapers used to do it also when he was with us. And Steve, I'm going to be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I know you're off too. And brother, enjoy your Thanksgiving. And I just want to say one more thing before I go. Love is just not a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And God's children, I love you. Steve, brother, I love you. You have a happy Thanksgiving. Everybody out there, the Overnight Drive Nation, happy Thanksgiving. God bless you. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Thank you much, Rambler, and a happy Thanksgiving to you. Enjoy that time with friends, family, loved ones. And all right, top 10 Thanksgiving destinations in the U.S. and abroad, according to AAA. AAA's review of tourist bookings here in the USA. Number one destination, they're all heading down there to hang out with Philip for Thanksgiving. Orlando, Florida, number one. Number two is the other mouse house, Anaheim, California. People love that mouse, huh? Obviously, yes, New York City, where thousands, hundreds of thousands pour in for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Number four, Dallas-Fort Worth. Interesting. Phoenix, Arizona, number five. Honolulu, Hawaii is number six, followed by Maui, Hawaii. Atlanta, Georgia at number 8. Number 9 is Tampa. Number 10, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. A lot of folks heading down to the Sunshine State. New to the list since pre-pandemic is the both the Dallas-Fort Worth destination and Atlanta. Maui moved up a notch, bumping the Sunshine States, Tampa, and Fort Lauderdale to the bottom of the list. One key spot, however, that's noticeably absent from this year's list of favorites is Las Vegas. They've made the list every year since AAA first kicked off this 5 years ago. Travel advisors say they're not surprised by the destinations Americans selected for Thanksgiving this year. Weather is a factor. Sun and sand remain the most popular choices. And with the return of cruising underway now, bookings for the holiday at sea are definitely up as well. Now, temperatures at some of these top destinations shaping up to be not what you'd expect, not really flip-flop weather. Orlando and Anaheim, maybe just in the 70s at best. Phoenix, maybe close to 80 degrees. For those looking to head elsewhere, international travel. Jetting off to some exotic, far-flung place might be a more agreeable, but topping the list, international destinations for Americans to get away for Thanksgiving. Number one is Cancun, Mexico. Again, this is based on the bookings, reservations. Montego Bay, Jamaica, followed by Aruba, Los Cabos, Mexico, Nassau, Bahamas at number 5. Let's see, St. Lucia, West Indies at number 6, Dublin, Ireland at number 7. There was a tie for Tel Aviv, Israel, and Calgary, Canada at number 8. Paris, France at number 9. Well, technically that's number 10 because the tie there at number 8. So how about that? Top destinations globally. And looking at 19 past the hour. Back to your calls ahead. First, a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And we do see this past day that Ohio's Governor DeWine has eased weight restrictions for semi-trucks in an attempt to address the current slow supply chain. All right, the order, which was originally put in place during the pandemic, was reinstated this past day and allows trucks to haul an additional 10,000 pounds of freight over the typical 80,000 pound limit without needing a permit. Under the order, truckers are allowed to haul up to 90,000 pounds without seeking pre-approval from the Ohio Department of Transportation, just so long as they report the route they traveled to state officials within 24 hours of completing the trip. This is an attempt to reduce wait times and increase drive times for truckers that would have otherwise needed to take time to seek out a permit. Kind of hard to quantify the potential impact, according to a DOT spokesperson. It's a relatively small investment, but the options are limited. They're trying to get things to move as quickly as possible to and through Ohio, and this order will currently remain in effect indefinitely, according to the Cleveland News. It's a fairly simple, low-hanging fruit move that can be done to ease supply chain pressure that's affecting all of us, according to Governor DeWine. He was one of the 15 governors that submitted a letter to the president this week announcing the launch of Operation Open Roads, trying to ease supply chain woes by easing trucking restrictions. Only thing I'm not sure about is, if Ohio has raised the weight limit to 90,000 pounds. To my knowledge, I don't know that surrounding states have, and that's where the problem would come in, right? If you've got a load, coming, say, out of Chicago, headed into somewhere in the Buckeye, you'd be overweight in Illinois and Indiana, correct? So I'm not sure what kind of benefits it would actually have, but all I know, it sounds like they're trying to do something to help relieve the issues. Morning to the Michigan Madman. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Y'all ready for Thanksgiving? You going to be doing some racing this Thanksgiving weekend?
I am ready for Thanksgiving this weekend. No, I'm pretty much off now until Sunday night and Monday night. That's my league nights. But man, I've been really having some pretty good luck here lately.
I got your message. You got a win the other night, and I think you fared pretty well last night as well.
I did. Yeah, Steve, I'll tell you what, this sim racing right here, if I was going to do it in real life like I had done before, you're talking, oh my goodness. probably $80-some thousand out of your own pocket. But if you could pick up a sponsor, which is hard to do these days, I mean, you might still spend maybe $50,000 out of your own pocket, which is not too bad, but the return on it is not all that good. But so I'm having so much fun. The competition is real, and I'm really having a good time.
So are there any actual payouts or whatever for winning a race or?
Yes, there is. Last month I entered into the All-American 400, and they were going to pay $1,500 to win. But I had to work, and so I couldn't qualify. So I talked to the folks there, and they said, yes, you can try to race your way in. Well, I missed it by 2 spots. They were going to take 5, and I finished 7th. So, hey, you know what, though, Steve? It's all about having fun.
Sure.
But, I mean, yeah, you know, I mean, I'm not in it for the money. And anybody out here listening to me that's an actual, you know, they're doing this in real life, it's not about how much money you make, or it's about fun. Because I'm going to tell you right now, in racing, there's the real downs. There's more downs in racing than there is ups. But when you get them ups, oh my God, there is nothing like it in the whole wide world. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, absolutely.
So, but
and I guess
I'm having fun.
If you find yourself involved in a crash, at least you don't have to end up in the hospital, right? You just
right. You don't have to end up worrying about the hospital. And I mean, Steve, I've been involved with some friends of mine over the years, and you know, you look at all the scrap metal out back. And I mean, seriously, scrap metal, and you're trying to put things together. And I've had some friends of mine actually, which I would have never done this, never, ever, ever, remortgage their homes just to keep racing. You can't do that. But I mean, and that's how it gets into your blood, and that's what it is. So, I mean, so what I'm doing right now, it's all just like in full-scale racing, but I don't have to pay it out of my pocket no more.
Well, I'm great to hear from you there, Michigan Madman. I guess you're going to have kind of a chilly weekend, but yeah, either way, and enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your Thanksgiving, and we'll be back here Sunday night into Monday morning. And thanks so much for being a part of the program as well. All right, we're up to a news break here. Just looking through some of the other friends checking in, YouTube and Facebook. Hello to Barry on board this morning. Gary's checking in. Everyone have a safe, blessed Thanksgiving. There is a lot to be thankful for. Lori Glory on board. There's our buddy Rick in Columbus, where it's about, 28 degrees there at this hour. Kind of chilly. It's not as bad here this morning as it was 24 hours ago. We're still, we're hovering about 33. I think we dropped down to, I think it's 25, 26 there on Tuesday morning. Very frosty. Meanwhile, we'll come back with more in just a moment as we roll into Thanksgiving Eve. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Another high-profile trial ends. This time it was a civil case. Those involved in the deadly Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, being found liable.
The jury found a conspiracy to commit violence on the streets of Charlottesville as to each and every defendant, and then awarded substantial damages.
That's plaintiff's attorney Karen Dunn on the partial verdict, which includes $1 million judgment against 5 white nationalist groups. That's after the removal of a Confederate statue in Charlottesville led to the rally in 2017, which led to violence and the death of Heather Heyer, who was run over by a vehicle that slammed into counter-protesters. A 6th person has now died from injuries they suffered in the Wisconsin Christmas parade rampage back on Sunday. And this is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Guard.
From the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to Mike. Checking in. He said, not too bad, Steve. I broke out the shorts for one more day here in Hamilton, Ohio. And I didn't realize it was supposed to warm up a bit today like that. Rick said it's supposed to warm up close to 50 in Columbus this afternoon. So, yeah, maybe one more day for shorts, if 50's warm enough for you to wear shorts. Sadly, we actually have a funeral to attend later this morning. We'll be heading out about 8:30 a.m. for an outdoor graveside service for sadly one of the individuals that had a big role in building and constructing our Hotshot Secret studio here. Captain was his name. Captain passed away about a week ago, and just 41 years old. Boom, not COVID related. Just passed away in his bed. So, yep, we'll take care of that, and then I guess the princess will have me on cleaning duties once again, getting ready for some Thanksgiving guests to come over Thursday. We're not going to have a big get-together. My mom, my brother's in town from Denver, and my uncle will be attending, who also lives here north of Cincinnati. I think young Stephen and his wife and the grandkids will be here. So, should be a good time. Meanwhile, back to the calls we go, and there's the Sex Maniac. Morning, Sex Maniac. What's happening?
Hey, what about this 2 nights in a row?
Yes.
You better mark this down on your calendar. No, I'll tell you, I called back about them. I felt kind of dumb after I told you about them numbers on them, that military stuff. I sent a video to a buddy of mine, and he said they was something to do with the UN numbers, so I don't know. I couldn't really tell you, but he was talking about how the UN troops were over here in the USA already and stuff, so I can't really tell you much about it. I don't know nothing about that, but I just thought I'd let you know basically what he was saying about them military equipment with all them numbers on it and stuff like that. So, but you better mark this on your calendar. This don't happen too many times. So, yeah, just I call in and let you know about it, and then wish you a good old Turkey Day and a good weekend there, Steve.
Well, thank you very much. Good to have you on board. 2 nights in a row. Happy Thanksgiving there, Sex Maniac.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later. Have a good night.
You got it. Yeah, there you go. And what are we looking at? 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. There's, you have to jot this one down. There's a new inspection point for annual truck and trailer inspections that goes into effect on December the 9th. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has modified the annual inspection requirements on commercial motor vehicles to include the rear impact guards, or the ICC bumpers, as you call them. The final rule that was published November the 7th, set to go into effect on December the 9th. The federal regulations require every commercial motor vehicle to be inspected at least once a year. Motor carriers are prohibited from using vehicles unless each component identified In Appendix A, Part 396 has passed that annual inspection. Now, rear impact guards will be included in that. So what are the requirements on rear impact guards to pass that annual inspection? All right, it says, for trailers and semi-trailers weighing 10,001 pounds or more, manufactured on or after January 26 of 1998, it will fail if any of the following are found on the inspection. Well, obviously, a missing guard would fail. If the guard is not securely attached to the trailer, including broken or missing fasteners, any welds, or parent metal cracked, or other damage that compromises secure attachment of the guard, fail. The guard horizontal member does not extend to within 4 inches of each or extends beyond either side extremity of the vehicle. It will fail. Let's see. If the guard's horizontal member is more than 22 inches above the ground, it will fail. If the guard horizontal member is more than 12 inches forward of the rear extremity of the vehicle, it will fail. And if the guard horizontal member does not have a cross-sectional vertical height of at least 4 inches across its entire width. Now, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association said including rear impact guards on the list to be inspected annually makes sense. Now, they also made it clear they remain opposed to any proposals that would require front or side underride guards. While rear impact guards have been proven to provide a practical safety benefit, that's not the case with proposed side and front underride mandates. We continue to oppose legislation that would require the costly front and side underrides there for commercial motor vehicles. But you see, there's a lot of those underride guards that have taken a beating and not in the best of shape. Yeah, missing components and whatnot. Yeah, that will not be the case starting December the 9th. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Oh, hey, I forgot there. You know, we're talking about Thanksgiving and all that, and wanted to make sure everybody continues to have their listening traditions continue as well. You know, we don't want to forget to listen to Alice's Restaurant there, you know, by the great Arlo Guthrie. And but anyways, I wanted to make sure that everybody remembered to, you know, if you don't have a copy of it, so somehow, you know, either on CD or audio cassette or vinyl, you know, you probably go to YouTube there and bring up Arlo Guthrie there and listen to your Thanksgiving favorite there, the Alice's Restaurant, you know, because, you know, you can get anything you want down at Alice's Restaurant. So,
that was Spaceman's old favorite. I'm sure he'll be busting that out, right?
Oh, absolutely. I have the CD of it there. You know, I don't even have to go to YouTube. I got the CD, but yeah, I actually lived over there outside, across the state line there from Stockbridge, Massachusetts there, up there in New York. So yeah, I'm well known about Arlo Guthrie and his father Woody and all that. And so, but anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got for you. A couple other things that other people were talking about, but yeah, it's Thanksgiving. Why get all too deep into stuff here tonight, right? So, anyways, everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. You enjoy your day there. Sorry to hear what you got to do in the morning, but yeah, I used to say that's part of life. But yeah, I hope after that things go well and. Yeah, we'll see you all on the radio there, Sunday night going into Monday morning then.
That is correct. That's the plan. All righty. Thank you much. Enjoy your Arlo Guthrie Alice's Restaurant. Yeah. I think I did. Did I not actually break that out and play that in its entirety one time on the show a number of years ago. Then what's the one that comes up? Christmas time rolls around. I think neighbor Dave, I know for years and years, he'd make his kids get up, and it was the Snoopy and the Red Baron, I think it was, for Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. What a way to start the Christmas day. All right, it is 844-3388. And let me get to Scrapyard in Arkansas. What's happening, Scrapyard?
Oh, nothing good in the hood, my brother. At I-30 westbound in the town of Benton, 116.8 mile marker right up by the Sevier Street overpass, 3 semis and an RV. The RV got sandwiched between 2 of the semis. 2 helicopters have been called out. You're going to have to get over on the service road to get around it, to come out down there at 116 out there at pretty much I-30 is at a complete standstill. They blocked it off. Can't nobody get on I-30 down there in that direction. They blocked it off at the either the 121 or the 123, and down there in the town of Bryant, but it's in Benton, my hometown, and pretty bad situation. It's probably going to take 6 hours or so for them to clean it up.
Wow. Okay. So somebody's Thanksgiving holiday travels not getting off to a good start, it sounds like.
Yeah, well, I on the CB radio talking, since they started that construction zone, and it got so bad, there was a construction worker killed there that a woman hit him and smashed him against the Jersey wall and drug him for over 300 foot. And basically, it was like going through a big meat grinder. And I started calling that on the CB radio. And now other drivers are calling it the meat grinder. And somebody's getting killed there at least once a week in that construction zone, east or westbound, from the 111 to the 116. It's very dangerous, very tricky. But y'all be careful. And on a DOT bumper, do you know what the original name of the DOT bumper was?
I do not. What was that?
The Mansfield bumper, because the actress Jane Mansfield got decapitated with her kids in the back seats. And because back then they didn't have it style bumpers on semi-trailers. And she topped over a hill and ran under a truck. It was pretty much at a dead stop on the road and hit it and ran right under it and cut her head off.
I recall that story now. Yep, sad deal. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks for the heads up on the traffic nightmare there. And you know, sadly, it's just it happens every time, every big travel holiday. Everyone doesn't make it to their expected destination. Got to take it slow, be careful, and yep.
Yeah, traffic's been absolutely horrible my whole entire run tonight. People have been driving like they're in a hurry to meet their mortician. And drag racing, the whole 9 yards. I've seen at least half a dozen crashes on my run tonight, and I'm headed back toward the yard. I'm less than an hour out from the yard, thank God, and get this over with and try to get home. I've got to go right back through that construction zone where all that problem is to get home.
Oh, boy.
And so it's going to be quite interesting. But it's like I said, on Alice's restaurant, he said you can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant, which is not true. Everything excepting Alice.
All right. Thank you much, Scrapyard. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, everybody be careful out there. It is 11 before the hour. Well, for those drivers out there moving freight, not all will get home. Yeah, there are truckers that'll be out there moving freight. And Transportation Nation kind of headlined truckers being advised to avoid these top 10 worst corridors this Thanksgiving. And our number is 844-844-3388. We'll give you the top 10 worst corridors right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from a Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, as most of you have probably already experienced, if you're out there moving freight, rolling tonight, you've undoubtedly noticed there's already a lot of people out there getting that early jump. And as we head on into the morning and especially the midday hours today, AAA forecast more than 53 million Americans will be traveling this Thanksgiving. 90% of those will hit the road. According to AAA, the number of Americans who will travel this year is up 13% from last year, putting travel volumes within 5% of the pre-pandemic levels in 2019. Now, they're expecting 48.3 million to hit the roadways, predicting drivers will experience the worst congestion headed into the holiday weekend as commuters leave work early, then begin to mix in with the holiday travelers. Some of our major metro areas around the country could see more than double the delays you would typically see on your normal drive times. Drivers in Atlanta, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, New York City expected to experience more than 3 times the normal delays. Thanksgiving, one of the busiest holidays for road trips, and this year will be no different, even during the pandemic. According to a transportation analyst at INRIX, drivers around major metro areas must be prepared for significant delays, especially this afternoon, Wednesday afternoon. Knowing when and where congestion will build can maybe help you avoid the stress of setting in traffic. So, again, Transportation Nation advising truck drivers, top 10 worst corridors and travel times, which are all today. Atlanta tops the list. I-85 South Claremont Road to MLK Drive. 1:30 to 3:30 this afternoon. They're saying peak congestion will be 340% more than a usual day. Now, I know Atlanta, even on a normal day, on a good day, is a nightmare to travel through. It's just going to be unheard of today. Boston next up, I-93, North Quincy Market to Mass 28. Again, from 1 till 3 today, 240% the normal travel time. Chicago, 290 West Morgan Street to Wolf Road, 245 to 445 this afternoon, 3 times the normal drive time. Detroit, I-96. Let's see, 6 Mile Road to Walled Lake, 2 to 4 this afternoon, 200% the normal travel time. Houston on I-10, Scholander Road to Texas, 330, 315 to 515. Los Angeles on the list, 345 to 545 this afternoon. New York, 2:30 to 4:30, expected to be the peak time. Seattle, 4 to 6 p.m. today. Washington, D.C., 2 to 4 p.m., especially 95 south. I-395 to Virginia 123. Now, AAA also advised that the daily worst and best times to travel this week. See, worst time to travel today, noon to 8 p.m. Much better travel times after 9 o'clock this evening. Traveling on Thanksgiving Day, worst travel time, noon to 3. Best time, anytime before 11 a.m. Friday, worst time to travel, 1 to 4 in the afternoon. Traditional Black Friday, right? Best travel time is anytime before 11 a.m. Saturday, worst travel time, 2 to 7 p.m. Best travel time before the noon hour. And Sunday, it's 1 to 7 p.m. Of course, that's the big day. Everybody trying to get back home after the weekend. So packed interstates between 1 and 7 p.m. Sunday. Wherever your travels take you this Thanksgiving, Transportation Nation Network says, wishing you and yours a healthy, happy holiday. There you go. AAA Thanksgiving Trucking. All right, next up, let's get back to the calls here, and Doug is on the line. Good morning, Doug.
Yes, sir, Steve. The caller that talked about I-30, the meat grinder,
yes.
Was he talking Texas?
Let me
where was that?
Is Arkansas, I think?
Okay. I just wasn't sure. Just a quick shout out, Steve. Thanks for what you do. Happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
Hey, thank you so much. Good to have you with us, Doug. Be safe out there. I'm pretty sure Scrapyard was talking about, didn't he say Arkansas? I do believe he did. All right, got the top of the hour upon us. One final hour yet to come here on a Thanksgiving Eve as we gear up for the big turkey weekend. Who's going to do the turducken thing? Anybody ever tried that? Yeah. Turducken. I've seen some of the videos of how they assemble that. It's pretty wild. But it's uniquely different. It might actually be pretty good. And what's your preference? Do you do the oven-baked bird, the standard, or the deep-fried bird? I'm yet to ever have had a chance to have a deep-fried turkey. Love the oven bird. All right, meanwhile, as we head into our final hour, we've got clear lines. We've opened things up on a Wednesday morning. See, almost said Friday. It's 844-844-3388. Great to have you on board. We'll get to some of our show notes. We do have some racing action to pass your way. Some of the Hot Shots Secret sponsored vehicles will be out racing this weekend. Couple of different locations. Now, obviously, Kyle or Josh, nobody's going to be on the scene, but yeah, we've got a TV talk coming up on Sunday, and starting Friday of this week, got the Loose Rockers Fall Foot Brake Frenzy taking place in North Carolina. Details just ahead. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
As gas prices continue to rise across the nation to alarming levels, President Biden is tapping into the nation's vast oil reserves, authorizing the release of 50 million barrels of crude oil. to which Republican Senator Pat Toomey says is too little, too late.
Prices are going through the roof, supplies are shrinking, and now the president goes around pleading with OPEC countries to increase their production. How ridiculous. And this isn't going to work. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve, he releases some oil from that.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. The man police say drove into a Waukesha Christmas parade on Sunday was charged Tuesday with 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and will face at least a 6 after an 8-year-old boy died Tuesday from his injuries. Darrell Brooks making his initial court appearance. USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Airlines around the country are bracing for a surge in travelers ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday, hoping the weather forecast remains calm as millions more Americans will hit the roads or skies. The TSA saying Friday was the single busiest air travel day since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in March of 2020, as it screened 2.24 million travelers. TSA expecting to screen 20 million air passengers during the busy Thanksgiving travel period. One airport that has been consistently busy is the Tampa airport. Airport CEO Joe Lapano is pleasantly surprised.
It caught us a bit by surprise. It caught the airlines a bit by surprise. I think they've all learned a lot about what the customers need and how the traffic is coming back. I'm very confident that they're going to do a good job over the holidays for us.
Dollar Tree announcing on Tuesday that most of their prices will rise to $1.25 after the first of the year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
China is continuing its scare tactics in the South China Sea.
With China's overreach in international waters of the China Sea, they have incorporated new tactics. Paul Boardman, chairman of Decouple China PAC, has been focused on the issue and gives USA Radio News an exclusive of the details.
China appears to be upping its regional bullying and abuse of neighboring states to enforce its illegal claim of 80% of the South China Sea. Very likely a negotiating tool for this week's China-Uziun conference, where China is demanding a new code of conduct that supports their claim to control the South China Sea. Curiously, Monday, Chinese President Xi Jinping told leaders of the 10-country Association of Southeast Asian Nations, Uziun, that Beijing would not bully its smaller neighbors. Last Thursday, the Philippines condemned in strongest terms actions of 3 Chinese Coast Guard vessels that it said blocked and used water cannon on resupply boats headed toward a Philippine-occupied atoll in the South China Sea.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
It's looking more likely that the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season will end quietly. The season officially ends on November 30th, and the National Hurricane Center says no tropical activity is expected for at least the next 5 days. There have been 21 named storms this year, meaning the Hurricane Center went through its entire name list for the tropical storms and hurricanes. Forecasters will turn to a supplemental name list if any out-of-season tropical storms form. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, here we go. Final hour. And hello to Wheelchair Dave checking in via email this morning. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Steve, how great it is to see those Cincinnati Bearcats in the playoffs Final Four. At least for the moment, right? History has been made. Let's hope those Bearcats can keep going strong. Anyway, Steve, hoping your family, your wife's sisters, the whole Sommers family have a great family Thanksgiving. And Steve, enjoy your green bean casserole. Okay, I'll do that. Lauren got the honor of making the green bean casserole this year. See how she does. She did a good job last year. All right, mentioned coming up Friday, Saturday, there will be some racing action you can tune into thanks to Hot Shot Secret for free. They're sponsoring the free live feed available via Motor Mania TV. Go to motormaniatv.com or you'll find Motor Mania TV on YouTube. You can watch the free bracket racing action. Our friends at Loose Rocker close out their series of big money bracket races with their 7th final race of the year coming up. The Fall Foot Brake Frenzy. I'm not real familiar with the foot brake, with what that means. The nation's best foot-braking bracket racers descend on Piedmont Dragway, the door slammer capital of the world, to battle out for one last payday of the season. There will be numerous Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers on the track there. And again, Hot Shot Secret sponsoring the free live feed at motormaniatv.com. Also coming up this weekend as you wind down and you're enjoying some Thanksgiving leftovers, maybe on Sunday, you can tune in. You've probably seen Hot Shot Secret quite a bit on some of the automotive television shows on any given weekend. Stacey David's Gears, Engine Power, Truck U, the All Girls Garage, the Car Fix, the Two Guys Garage, Truck Tech, and others. But there's a special upcoming episode of Truck U on the Motor Trend TV channel that you don't want to miss, as the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racer Ryan Milliken from Hardway Performance brings 2 of his diesel race vehicles onto the actual Truck U television set. And one of them isn't even a truck. Yeah, tune in with some Thanksgiving leftovers this Sunday morning to get a look at this beautiful 1969 Chevy Nova drag car with a Cummins engine that is powered by science, a.k.a. Hot Shot Secret. So that's Sunday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Motor Trend TV channel there. Again, Truck U featuring Hot Shot Secret this weekend. Some of the events on the slate you don't want to miss. Well, good morning, Lone Ranger. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, Steve. I'm curious if there's rules in the broadcasting industry about show hosts who spew racial hatred, which could inspire people to commit crimes. The best example, of course, is MSNBC. You got Joy Reid, you got some other one called Tiffany. They literally spend the whole time on their program spewing racial hatred towards white people. And I can't imagine that isn't an inspiration for some of these thugs that are carrying out these crimes, the latest example being the massacre in Waukesha, Wisconsin. When they looked at this guy's profile, he had all kind of posts, anti-white, hates white people, BLM supporter, all this stuff. He didn't just drive through that parade, escaping from running over his girlfriend. He actually swerved back and forth to hit and possibly kill as many white people as he could.
Yep.
Now, I can't imagine that this guy didn't have some inspiration if he gets all of his news from MSNBC, and you hear every single day, white supremacists, the white guy is the problem. I mean, when is this going to stop? How many people have to die before this comes to an end? I hope Kyle Rittenhouse can bankrupt MSNBC, CNN, and the rest of them. I hope he can bankrupt them, and I hope he sues the show host personally, not just the network. They got lots of money. But he needs to sue these show hosts like Joy Reid and Tiffany and all the rest of them, because I think they inspire these thugs to enter into beatings and rapes and murder. They attach race to everything. And in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, race was not an issue, but they tried to attach it, and this gets people riled up. They had an interview with a basketball player just a couple days ago, and he said this whole thing started with the police killing of Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake is still alive, but this is just 2 days ago, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what people are hearing. The lies and the hatred coming from these networks, I think they're accessories to crimes, including murder. Because if all you listen to is MSNBC, that's what you hear. And if you've got low IQ people listening to this who are quick to be violent, you see the end result. Now, of course, they won't mention race in all reporting. In the reporting of the shoplifting and the smash and grabs in San Francisco, all you have to do is look at the news. All the people look the same to me that I can see. No mention of race. In the case of the black police officer on January 6th, that shot the unarmed white girl, no mention of race. In the case of the white woman who got raped on a train in broad daylight in front of other passengers in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, by a 35-year-old black male, no mention of race. In the case of a few years back, you might remember there was a white girl who got raped on the beach on spring break in Florida by 3 black men, and there was a group of black women standing there within feet of what was going on, never did anything. The passenger train in Upper Darby, there was a whole bunch of passengers on there, and what did they do? They didn't help this girl. It went on for 40 minutes.
Wow.
And what did they do? They picked up their cell phones and took videos of it. They're still investigating it. They're trying to find these people with these videos because that's actually against the law. But they didn't help. So my opinion is that the racial hatred that we see coming from these networks toward white people inspires the underclass. You know, we know where the crime is all coming from, but it's not the whole community. It's the underclass. You see these crimes going on and on and on. I mean, where does it end? If this massacre in Waukesha, Wisconsin doesn't wake people up to what's going on here, I mean, are people afraid to talk about this? Look at the news. Look at what's going on here. We're seeing these horrific crimes coming from the same people mostly. I mean, people are so afraid to talk about this. Look at the news. Look at what's going on in this country. I hope Kyle Rittenhouse, he needs to sue. Now, when a truck driver has an accident, and it's clearly his fault. He did something wrong, made a bad move, and caused the death of some people. Not only does the company get sued, but in most cases, the truck driver personally gets sued because he's the one that caused the problem. It wasn't the company that did it. It was the driver that did it. So I've seen cases where drivers actually got sued to the point where they just were bankrupt. So I think if Kyle Rittenhouse gets a good enough lawyer and they have the ability to bankrupt MSNBC and bankrupt these racist black activist show hosts that they hire, how do these people get away with spewing out all this racial hatred and even lying to advance their agenda? They tell lies. You know, the whole white supremacist, this Kyle Rittenhouse case really, really brought to light how horrible these news networks are, but they have an audience that's listening. And some members of that audience are prone to violence. And when they see this, they get riled up. Next thing you know, you got a case like Waukesha, Wisconsin, where the guy went out of his way to run over as many white people as he could. The demographics of Waukesha, Wisconsin is 3% black. This guy was from Milwaukee, and I'm sure the demographics are different there. So he went out of his way to run over those people in a mostly white town. When is this going to come to an end? When are we going to finally address the real problem, which I've been saying for 15 years now, which is behavior? And when you watch the news, the people engaged in this behavior pretty much all look the same, but everybody's afraid to talk about that. But I think most people have had it. This case in Wisconsin, little children are critically injured and some are dead. Elderly women, totally defenseless. The car came from behind. They are dead, Steve. Yep. Dead. All they were doing was celebrating Christmas. This is pathetic. This country doesn't wake up to this racial crap that's going on. We're doomed. We're just doomed. These white people got to grow a set of testicles and start speaking up. It's too much. I've had it. That's all I got.
Thank you, Ranger. Appreciate you checking in this morning. Have a great Thanksgiving. Yeah, Daryl Brooks. And that's, you've been hearing that in the updates here, that according to the authorities, the criminal complaint that was released this past day, that he intentionally targeted people. So you've got, at this point, 5 counts of first-degree homicide because the criminal complaint was released before the 6th victim, which was a child, died in the hospital yesterday. Yeah, prosecutor is requesting $5 million bail and said a 6th charge will be added. Now, each of these 6 charges would carry a life sentence. According to the complaint, though, there was a foot patrol officer that responded to a call about a couple of people fighting near the parade route. Moments later, the police detective working at the parade saw Brooks in that red Ford Escort moving toward him with people jumping out of the way. Now, he said at that point, the vehicle was moving pretty slowly, and the detective, who was clearly dressed as a police officer, told the driver to stop multiple times. The driver actually hit him at a slow rate of speed, forcing him onto the hood and onto the driver's side of the vehicle, where the detective continued to yell, "Stop." But rather than stop, he continued on to the parade route. From there, he was chased on foot by another officer who estimated his speed at, say, 25 miles per hour before he began hitting people that were walking in the route and spectators. Now, if the driver was lost, he would have had multiple opportunities to turn off the parade route, but he didn't take any of them. 3 of the initial 4 victims were pronounced dead at the scene. 4th died at the hospital. The 5th victim was also pronounced dead after being transported to the hospital. They all died of multiple blunt force trauma. Now, Brooks was pretty much emotionless, they say, according to the police, as he weaved back and forth, attempting to hit as many people as possible. Only looked like he was avoiding hitting vehicles in the parade route. So he's just targeting those walking. Witnesses interviewed by police also said he believed the suspect had a direct intent to hit as many parade participants as possible. There was one point where he actually slowed to a stop, then squealed the tires and took off again. Again, there were multiple opportunities to turn off the parade route, which he refused to take any of them. Well, he had no intent of getting off the parade route. He was on a mission. I guess you could say his mission was accomplished, right? How many? I mean, so the death toll is now 6. It could go higher. And last I heard, it was like some 48 others that were actually hit by this guy just plowing through the crowd. Get a quick chime out back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, here you go, Ranger. Here's another perfect example of what you're talking about. Talking about all these smash and grab robberies taking place at these upscale stores in the San Francisco area in recent days. And there are police officials and members of the public referring to this as looting. I would call it looting. Well, there's a recent report by ABC7's race, culture, and social justice reporter, Julian Glover, that says, hey, that term can have racial connotations. The Louis Vuitton store was burglarized and looted. The Burberry in Westfield Mall was burglarized and looted. The report noted that San Francisco's police chief told reporters in a Saturday press conference, that's the words he used, burglarized and looted. Now, ironically, the San Francisco police chief is the only one mentioned in the report and the only person named in the report specifically using the term. He's actually a black man. The chief is. He's the one that said it. Now, the Sergeant Christian Camarillo, the public information officer for San Jose Police, declining to use the term. We're talking about two incidents. We're not going to call this looting. This is what you call organized robbery. That's what it is. $40,000 in merchandise stolen from an upscale store there. That was just one store Saturday. Now, the ABC social justice reporter says, now listen, the California Penal Code has a specific definition of looting. It applies only to situations of individuals stealing items while taking advantage of some type of disaster, yet not as part of some organized theft. According to the code, looting is a theft or burglary during a state of emergency, local emergency, or evacuation order resulting from an earthquake, a fire, a flood, a riot, or other natural man-made disaster. The problem with applying it inappropriately is it can have racist connotations. Looting is a term. Now, I'm quoting here. This is the, let's see, Lorenzo Boyd, professor of criminal justice and community policing at the University of New Haven and a retired police officer. He says, quote, looting is a term we typically use when people of color or urban dwellers are doing something. We tend not to use that term for other people when they do the exact same thing. So the ABC 7 report admitted that the races of most of the thieves that are out there right now aren't even known. We don't know. I mean, they're all wearing hoodies and masks and whatnot. But he added that there was not a local emergency declared in the area when these crimes were committed. So, we're splitting hairs here, trying to argue over we can't use the word or the term looting. That's not the issue. Yeah, whatever you want to call it, burglary. The police chief called it burglarized and looted. You've got criminals out there on the street just brazenly going into the store and loading up on as much merchandise as they can carry out. Now, they said the crimes did follow the contentious verdict of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial Friday. The station said in its report before also saying that some of these smash and grabs started before the Rittenhouse verdict was actually even announced. These types of massive organized smash and grabs were happening before the Rittenhouse situation because it happens cyclically, according to the ABC reporter. It's a false equivalency. It's people trying to politicize crime. Okay, that's the kind of thing they want to focus on. Don't use the word looter because it has racial connotations. You can't make this stuff up. Let's see, who's next up on the list here? I don't know, maybe a first-time caller. It's Mr. Who? Mr. YY?
Oh, Steve, it's Buster.
What's going on, Buster?
Not much, young friend. I'm just heading back home from my brother's home in Fort Walton. And last night, but first, Wheelchair Dave, right on. Of course, Ranger, right on. And then you yourself, great one. It's been a twilight zone since the election. And I've been awake the whole time. I don't, and all this woke stuff. It's just, it's mind-boggling that we're in this situation. So well done, Steve. Steve, last night you ended your show. I heard the segment about the wildlife crossings and the worst place in America is Interstate 280 in California. I've been meaning to let you guys know, I've not heard all the traffic reports, of course, since November 9th, but they put an advisory out of I-40 just across the state line in North Carolina, mile marker 7. They've got it shut down to one lane, both directions. They're expecting, like 6-8 mile backup for the next, until May. Did you know that?
I did not. No, sir.
They're building the wildlife crossing. They've got money for 5 of them in the state of North Carolina, and that's the first one, Harmon's Den. It's right there near about 6 miles to the east of the Appalachian Trail. And that's one of my favorite roads. My daddy would take us right in on Sunday, especially in 1965. I heard him talk about the bridge. That's when they built the bridge. That's when they built the interstate. I remember as a 9-year-old, my daddy let us drive on the sandy I-40 before they had all gravel because my daddy had the refrigeration business. But Harmon's Den is a beautiful area, and but they've got it down to one lane, and I know UPS, they're advising truck drivers to avoid that area, to go up to I-26 at Johnson City and do your run. Or, us locals know that you can do 2570 from Newport back over to Marshall and back over to Asheville.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty bad today with this Thanksgiving rush. It should make the news back home, I'm sure, by the time I get back to this thing may be 10-mile backup, but they're having everybody get off the freeway and they get back on the freeway to bypass that bridge.
Okay.
There's an exit there.
All right.
Well, that's all I got for you, Steve. Have a good Thanksgiving, and
yes,
we'll
sir.
see you Sunday night, my friend.
All right. Buster Brown, you're going to be out there. I guess UPS will be moving some freight. Probably. Do you even get Thursday off? Or are you out there working?
Well, Steve, the last 3 years I've taken this as always my last week of vacation. I've got my retirement in, but I love still working. So I've been. She called me today, asked me if I'm going to work tomorrow, and I said, "Well, I'm at my brother's house at Fort Walton Beach. I'm coming back from Hot Springs, Arkansas. So I'm taking next year off. I already got my vacations picked, and it's going to be it's kind of neat to be around family as you finish your career and you wind down after hard living. And God's been blessing us with good health and all. But they're hurting for drivers right now. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting peak, Steve. It's been crazy. We've been delivering 5 or 6 packages to each individual from different houses, different days. It's not just Amazon. It could be Target. Everybody's been listening to the government saying order early, and they're just ordering lock, stock, and barrel. And I was telling my supervisor, we're having to sort through more packages to find the 5 packages somebody's getting because there's no rhyme or reason because everybody's just ordering. It's QVC or Home Shopping. It's kind of like playing a puzzle.
Wow.
Looking for the puzzle piece.
I hear you.
But, it's a good job to have, and so.
Good luck out there. I know they're going to be keeping you. You're going to be like little busy worker bees for weeks to come here. All right, we got a quick news break, news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Another high-profile trial ends. This time it was a civil case. Those involved in the deadly Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, being found liable.
The jury found a conspiracy to commit violence on the streets of Charlottesville as to each and every defendant, and then awarded substantial damages.
That's plaintiff's attorney Karen Dunn on the partial verdict, which includes $1 million judgment against 5 white nationalist groups. That's after the removal of a Confederate statue in Charlottesville led to the rally in 2017, which led to violence and the death of Heather Heyer, who was run over by a vehicle that slammed into counter-protesters. A 6th person has now died from injuries they suffered in the Wisconsin Christmas parade rampage back on Sunday. And this is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Card.
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Rolling down the home stretch this Thanksgiving Eve. Maybe jump right back to the calls and Buckeye Hotshot. How the heck you been, brother?
Well, I am having one of those interesting nights where it made more sense to get up in the middle of the night and go than to stay, try and get as far as I could, because I figured I emptied Sheboygan yesterday, and the wife wanted me to get home as quickly as I could, and the best way to do it was take the break at Sheboygan instead of using my last 3 hours to get down the road and basically be in downtown Chicago when I ran out of time. So I said, I know what we can do. We'll listen to Steve and stay awake this way.
There you go. Good idea.
Yep. Well, and being kind of in the thick of things up here, having been to Kenosha in the past couple of days and again in Sheboygan and talking to other folks there. And I'm just kind of astounded. Everybody, to answer Lone Ranger's questions, everybody knows what's going on, or I think knows what's going on. But because everything is so polarized these days, and Democrats use race to try and divide everybody, they'll use anything. Homosexuals versus normal people, immigration, illegal aliens. I mean, they basically want this country as unstable as they can. So when the Democrats lose Congress to the Republicans, then things will be so goofed up it will take us 4 years just to straighten out what they've goofed up. But to answer Lone Ranger's question, it all comes down to the First Amendment, and we're in a kind of a gray area because you have the right to say basically anything you want, whether it's true or false. And unless you're actively trying to stir up a fight or a riot, it's very hard to get the courts to enforce civil penalties. Now, Rittenhouse, he's in a really good position here because all the evidence said, no, this is self-defense. All the jury completely exonerated him. Mm-hmm. And then the interview he gave to Tucker Carlson the other night showed, hey, this is a really sharp guy, very calm, cool, collected. In fact, I told my wife, I said, Melody, that guy's Mormon, if I ever saw one. But he turns out to be. But the thing about it is, they've continued to slander him after his verdict. And, I mean, it's right there for everybody to see.
Right.
And the thing for him to do, in my opinion, right now, is keep your mouth shut. Let this go on another month or so, and then slam him. And, between him and Sandman out of Covington, I mean, these two guys, they could probably put CNN out of business. Their viewership's down to what? The size of an Ohio State football game?
Right.
Maybe University of Michigan. And this is one of the things there, Lone Ranger, that right now it was slow but sure. I don't know who put the plan together, probably the Rules for Radicals more or less laid out the plan that you work your liberal leadership into virtually everything and then rapidly start changing things. And that's the way communists always do things. They slowly infiltrate, and then one day suddenly everything goes to hell in a handbasket. Because as Melody gets tired of me saying it, there's nothing in this country right now that's working right. Not a darn thing. Everything is screwed up, and it's deliberate. It's all deliberate. And I think the big thing is folks like us, and I'm including the religious black folks, the moral black folks, because the vast majority of black folk don't want this country to go to hell either.
Correct.
Most of them are fairly happy with the country.
Yep.
So, we got to quit fighting each other and fight the common problem, which basically is the Democrats/communists, and just basically say, that's it, we've had enough. And in the case of Rittenhouse, that's one of the reasons they're so terrified of this case, because if people start deciding, you know what, I'm not taking it anymore, and somebody points a gun at me, I'm shooting back, or like in San Francisco, to sit there and split hairs, like you say, between whether you call it looting or smash and grab, doesn't make any darn difference. Either way you go, private property is destroyed and stolen, and people in the neighborhood are terrorized. And it's just going to come down to your classic form of good versus evil. And I think it was it Ben Franklin who said, for evil to succeed, all good men have to do nothing. Well, it's time for us to quit doing nothing. And Kyle Rittenhouse, I think, is a prime example of that, which is, again, why the Democrats and the old media are so terrified of it. So that's pretty much my 2 cents worth. As to, shall we say, the media, well, like I was saying there for Lone Ranger, the First Amendment is a two-way street. Actually, in the old media, it isn't. Democrats can lie, and news reporters, too, say whatever they want, and then they hold our feet to the fire and such, but things can change. And I think Fox News and the Epic Times and such, I think we're starting to make some inroads. The big thing we have to do is convince the people who still watch CBS and NBC to get their evening news to quit doing that and start listening to radio shows like this and paying attention to what's actually going on. Don't just take CBS's word for it. Check out Fox also.
Get the rest of the story, the full narrative, instead of one side of the story. That's the idea. Yep. I just shared a link. Yeah, the photograph. You've got one Kyle Rittenhouse side by side. Anyone heard of Andrew Coffey? Anybody recognize that name? Last Friday, those two individuals, simultaneously, as the Kyle Rittenhouse trial concluded, Andrew Coffey was found not guilty. Self-defense was used to acquit him of all 5 counts, including first-degree murder. All these people, the mainstream media, screaming white supremacy. And how many have you heard? Who was it? Was it Bubba Wallace, I think? The NASCAR driver who said, the whole if he was black narrative, it would have been different. Andrew Coffey, mind you, is a black male. Probably close to the same age as Kyle Rittenhouse. But no one's heard anything about Andrew Coffey. Again, 5 counts, including first-degree murder. Not guilty. Self-defense was the narrative. So stop allowing the media and the talking points to try to teach you how to think. Maybe start doing some actual research of the law. Maybe start watching court cases. If you want to vent about them instead of just spreading falsehood, talking points, and opinions that are not based on the facts. In this country, justice is not about color or politics. It is about 12 jurors who decide in a trial based on facts presented by prosecutors and the defense. That's the way it works. Bill posted that the day after the Rittenhouse trial concluded. How many blurbs, how much coverage have we seen from mainstream media of the Andrew Coffey case? Very interesting. It's, as Pappy said, hey, Steve, it's all by design. All right, final 2-minute timeout. We'll squeeze a couple more calls in just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, let me jump right back to the call. Squeeze a couple more in here as time allows. Well, Rooster, what do you say? Happy Thanksgiving, Rooster.
Morning, Steve. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, buddy. Hey, it's a sad topic everybody's talking about this morning, but it's something that needs to be spoke about. Just heard there about an hour and a half ago, man, as I was making one more short run before I wound up a week, and started to say about an hour and a half ago they had another 8-year-old child up there, and all that mess had passed, and it's sad, man.
Yeah.
You know, I hope all the nation, these drivers are keeping them families up there in their prayers. Especially this, with Thanksgiving here right before us and everything. It's something else to be very thankful to be able to get home to see you on, and it's just so sad when somebody has to have any kind of loss, but to have something traumatized like that, them people will never forget that up there.
Nope.
And, me and you about the same age, man. All this started, you didn't hear all this stuff 25, 30 years ago, especially when we was kids, 40 years ago, 45 growing up. You didn't hear all this kind of stuff going on. And like everybody says, they don't want to hear it, but it's so true. All this started when they took the commandments out of school. Kids don't have any morals. Nobody teaches them anything like it seems like anymore. It's sad.
No corporal punishment. Yep.
But I just wanted to tell you happy Thanksgiving. Sorry to hear about your friend's loss there with your working family and whatnot. But everybody just needs to say a big prayer this weekend, y'all, for this country. We got a lot of work to do in front of us. We can't lay down. So.
Yep. Hey,
that's all I wanted to add, buddy.
Thank you much, Rooster. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Thank you so much for checking in. Yeah, have a great weekend. I got an email from Doughboy. He said, you asked the question about foot braking. Yeah, he said, race cars mainly use a transmission lock, which is called trans brakes, which when they pull up to the light tree, it locks the transmission from letting go forward until you mash the foot throttle to build up power. Well, foot braking is when you use your foot and hold the brake down while you're building up power instead of the trans brake. Okay, I get that perfectly clear. Now you know. Now I know. All right, let me see here real quick. Yes, sir, Ranger, go ahead. Something real quick you wanted to add in.
Quick comment. The lady who was the representative from ABC, the equity division,
yes,
made the comment that the term looting has racist connotations. Does she realize she's admitting that most looters are black by saying that? She's admitting it.
Yeah.
And that was my point. And when are we going to address this problem? It's a behavior problem. I've been saying it for 20 years, but nobody wants to address it. It's harming the country. It's causing death and destruction, and it's harming the decent, hardworking Black Americans that are probably embarrassed over this, but don't speak up because they're not allowed to. That's all.
Very good. And one other listener made a good comment in regard to that same ABC report. So if they say if it's organized robbery, then I would believe it should be prosecuted as organized crime, correct? Hey, they're the ones that want to use the narrative, organized robbery. Yeah, it is organized crime. When you've got 40, 50, in some cases 80 people, and how they're organizing this, I don't know. I'm assuming it's like social media. I don't know whether it's a Facebook or an Instagram or what. Somehow these people are all knowing at 10 minutes till 9, which that was the time they used last Friday night. We're all going to show up, and they all show up in their automobile. They all pull up. They get out of their vehicles, crowbars, hammers. They all go in at the same time. Smash and grab. Bust out all the jewelry, glass, and whatnot. Anything that's behind glass to steal the high-dollar products. I guess, sure, that's organized crime. All right, with that, looks like we'll have to call it a Wednesday morning, hump day here. But, of course, it's Thanksgiving Eve. Last email, morning, Steve, and the Hotshot Secret Nation coffee up Wednesday morning. And a happy, blessed Thanksgiving to all. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and the flip back for General Motors once again. Hey, Thanksgiving, one day away. And yes, the countdown clock is on, 31 days until Christmas. And while I'm out the next couple of days, couple of nights, of course, if you listen on the iPhone or the Android app, which you can do any time of day now, once we wrap things up on any given morning, we ultimately, they start running replays of this show. And then over the weekend, it's going to be it's a cornucopia of Chris, a.k.a. the reason that I'm sitting behind this microphone at this moment, the reason we get to join each other live from midnight to 5 Eastern time every night throughout the week is one Chris Gabrelchik, the founder, the CEO of Lubrication Specialties, a.k.a. Hotshot Secret Products. And he typically joins us on the first Friday of each month. Matter of fact, once we get through Thanksgiving weekend, Chris is slated to join us December the 3rd. But we're going to kind of replay some of the episodes so you can learn a whole lot about Hotshot Secret Products as we progress through the Thanksgiving weekend. Enjoy your time at home with friends, family, loved ones. Be safe out there, especially on the roadways today, the biggest travel day of the year. And we'll see you back Sunday night at the midnight hour. Roll it into a Monday. Get the new week started. Steve Sommers, the Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.